Hey there, RemPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we'll be chatting with two guests from Alternis Productions channel itself, and we're going to be talking about the Cortex system, the Cortex Prime system, and developing worlds and games using that system with Teslin Kieranhawk and Jen Pauley. Learn to play Shadowrun. You can win a free 6 World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition PDF by typing hashtag RemPC in the chat right now for a free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of the One Shot Show, and it'll be coming up right after this episode of Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. In Alternis news, Exit Vector is the Aerial Combat Minis game coming to Kickstarter. Give your pilots some much-deserved attention as you use this rules-light game on its own or as part of your cyberpunk role-playing game. Get your rigor on with Exit Vector and follow the link in chat to check out the project. And don't forget to enter your email. Well of the Worlds is coming to Kickstarter from Mobius Worlds Publishing. Powered by Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, this TTRPG setting transports characters into a new fantasy world where they discover that they have powers they didn't have in their homeworld. Inspired by Japanese isekai portal fantasy stories, this is a world of adventure for you to explore. Learn more by visiting the link in chat and following the project. Overlords in Training is a brand new card game brought to you by the new Catalyst board game division. Attack your opponents while conserving resources for the ultimate fight against the boss, Mike. Check out the link in chat to follow the project coming to Kickstarter May 23rd. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, RemPCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to you two guests. We didn't anticipate the tech being on camera to be like, we're live.
But I muted my local mic during.
Oh, okay. So you just flicked like subtitles a little bit there.
Oh, okay. You're right. I should have. Okay, next time I'll cover my mouth.
So, welcome, guys. Teslin, for those of you who don't know, was our season 1 of Emerald Glitch Tech. So the entire year behind the camera was Teslin, and now he is joining us for an interview today in front of the camera. And then I've also got Jen Pauley, who you might remember from season 1 of Emerald Glitch as well, and is the owner of Geek Forge, which is an awesome Etsy store for all of your cosplay and gaming needs. Do you guys want to do your own little intro, talk about the stuff you want to talk about?
Sure. Jen, you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Jen. I played Violet in the Emerald Glitch Season 1 for Shadowrun with a terrible Southern accent, but a great purple hat. And I run the Geek Forge, which is a cosplay accessory store. And we've got a presence on Etsy, and we've got our own website, which is thegeekforge.org. And we make cosplay props to make your cosplays look better.
Awesome. And Teslin, what's your shtick?
My shtick. Okay. Forever GM. I think that's still fair, although I have been able to being able to play more lately. I write for Shadowrun missions. I go around to conventions for Catalyst Game Labs and do demos of Shadowrun for them and play and give people a chance to play in the Shadowrun organized adventures, Shadowrun missions. And on the REM channel, I do a lot of behind the scenes stuff. In the past, it's been some IT stuff. Produced a lot of streams. Did graphic design work, and now I'm getting more back into just doing graphic design and other stuff, and trying to write storylines for our streams to get
Awesome.
things built out farther.
And this is Kippy. Kippy is determined to be on the show today, either by squeaky toy, barking, or jumping all over the place. So while we get started here, I always love to ask, this is my first question, but what is your history as a gamer? When did you first discover gaming? Jen, let's start with you.
Okay. So I actually started officially gaming when I was 18, and I started LARPing, and that was my introduction to gaming. And so I kind of went backwards, and I LARPed for about 15 years. And about 3 or 4 years into it, then I played a session of D&D, and I didn't really care for it. And then a couple of years after that, I had a friend that convinced me to try tabletop again, and we played Earth Dawn and fell in love. And that's how I got actually introduced to Shadowrun. And it combines all of my favorite things. So I took a very circuitous route to get to gaming, but I have been gaming now for over 20 years in some form or capacity.
That's awesome. And Teslan, how about you?
I did the standard playing with it a little bit over at a friend's house when I was in high school. Did that a few times. Never got anything that sticks. Then in college, we discovered a system called Rollmaster, and we built characters. Using that who had long lives, storylines, and that's actually where the name Teslan comes from, because that's the name of the paladin that I've been playing for the last. I've been playing it since 1987, so you all can do the math. I don't need to, but that I've been doing continually. But I don't think I never considered I entered the TTRPG world until around 2015, when my little brother turned me on to Shadowrun. From there, it was easy. Dove into it from the lore and everything. I liked the crunch, and from there I went in and joined the Catalyst demo team, which then led to writing a bit and playing some other games, tabletop, and then met Rem and participated in forming Rem Alternis. And from there, I can't even count the number of systems that I've played or GM'd in, and just involved in all sorts of parts of it. So that's my history of it.
Awesome. Now, what about, because writing and storytelling is often a small leap from gaming into developing your own stories. So when did you first start writing or storytelling? Jen, back to you.
Okay. So I have a really embarrassing answer, which is wonderful.
I love those.
So I have sort of been a storyteller my entire life. Always been a theater kid. And so when I was about 8 years old, I started writing adaptations of Disney films for my cousins and I to perform at Christmas time for the family. Yeah.
One of my cousins scripts for all of these.
One of my cousins actually found one of my scripts up in their attic when they were cleaning it out. So there is receipt somewhere that this actually happens. I had a cousin who was very attached to their safety blankets. So I made sure that I wrote in parts for the safety blanket so that they could be featured. They were the magic carpet in our adaptation of Aladdin. So that was sort of the big start. And then I jumped ahead a little bit and I actually wrote a musical while I was in college about theater technicians. And that won some awards at school and then has been performed a couple of times by total strangers, which is thrilling. And so just different forms of storytelling have just always been my jam.
This is very exciting, and my dogs are a disaster right now. But I definitely need a lot of scripts to read over, and maybe we can do like a Christmas special, just like the old days for Jen with Jen's family. That would be amazing.
I don't know if my cousins would be into it now, 30 years later, but I can always ask.
Awesome. Tom, how about you?
It's my time as a writer, I think, was fully documented in kindergarten. It is actually something my mom pulls out often, that my kindergarten teacher had pegged me to become a writer.
Oh.
So it ebbed and flowed through high school and then college. But I've always been writing. I've always been writing something. Right around the time I discovered Shadowrun was when I started to get a little bit more serious and making an effort to write every day, participate in the write a novel in November and type of thing, and participate in that so that I get through the point of being able to pump out words when you need to.
Great. So let's dive into our topic for today. And to start with, for anyone new to gaming who's joining us or who hasn't gotten to play this system yet, can you explain what is Cortex Prime as a system?
Sure. Well, Cortex Prime, first off, got its start in the early 2000s. Margaret Weiss Productions used that for several licensed role-playing games. They got lucky and got the license for games like Smallville, Leverage, Serenity was another one that they got it for, in Battlestar Galactica.
Oh wow!
So they used the basic set of stuff and applied it to each of those different IPs. At which point, I mean, I think some of those licenses fell off and whatever. But in 2016, Cam Banks ended up licensing the system and took over development of it. And he kickstarted Cortex Prime. Now, Cortex Prime was taking all the different mechanics that were in all the different Cortex-based games and pulled them into a system to a tabletop RPG system where the game runner and the players, depending on how you're setting up the game, can choose. Not only can they choose the genre, but they can also reasonably build the game and decide how to forge the story based on modular rule mechanics. So you use the rule mechanics that fit the type of story and game you want to do.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a customizable system.
I would put it as less. Yeah, it's not so much customizable in that. Well, yeah, it is custom. Sorry, doing this badly. It's a toolkit.
Okay.
You can just like a real mechanics toolkit. A real mechanic will have 3 different sets of hammers. Because they all are needed for specific specific activities on any one job. Same thing in here. You can have one example of it is that we use. There are talents, there are skills, and there are roles. Now, all of them pretty much do kind of the same type of effect, but it's just the way they get applied based on it. So you make a choice as to whether and okay which one of those makes sense.
Okay. So, Jen, can maybe what is your take and what is the benefit? Like, why did you choose Cortex Prime to build your game you're working on?
Yeah, so actually, again, because I can't do anything the way it's supposed to go, I was really interested in the Dragon Prince role-playing game.
Yay!
Which uses the Cortex Prime system as its engine, as its thing that makes it run. And as I was reading through the Dragon Prince book, it was making reference to Cortex Prime, and I thought, oh, I should look up this Cortex Prime thing and see, if I'm missing something that's going to help me make sense. And when I got it, I went, oh, this is building blocks that you pick the pieces that you want and they fit together to make, like Teslon was saying, the game and the genre and the environment and the feel that you want.
Okay.
So you can make a social intrigue game with it's all Jane Austen and it's all, social jabs and there's no fighting. And on the other end, you've got Marvel superheroes and can use the same set of core rules applied slightly differently.
Okay.
So I actually used this sort of concept to build. It started out as sort of a test sandbox. I figured if I understood the basic principles, then that would help me to understand and run the Dragon Prince game better.
Cool.
And it sort of snowballed out of control, and now it's its own thing.
Awesome. Love that. Do you have something to say, Tom?
Yeah, no, I was going to say for me, I first started this. A friend of mine got me looking at it, and it seemed to make sense because I wanted to play a game in the Dresden universe. However, fate just didn't fit for me. The books, the information, and there's a lot of people who like fate. I just didn't see fate as working.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that, I got my hands on an old copy of I think it was the Serenity RPG, and kind of took and bashed that into what I use for Paranormal Albany.
Okay.
But that was
for those who don't watch the Rem Alternis shows, what is Paranormal Albany?
Paranormal Albany is one built using Cortex. That it is a game set in Albany, New York, throughout the period of time of that the Dresden Files, written by Jim Butcher, are happening.
Okay.
I got lucky in that Jim Butcher has never really defined anything east of Chicago. So I have an open playground to do various things. And
Awesome.
This is what's happening while Dresden is burning down half of Chicago and blowing up various other parts of the supernatural. This is what's happening in Albany.
Okay. All right. So, so that's kind of Serenity, the role-playing game, and Cortex. That's kind of how you ended up building that into your Dresden Files game. So let's segue then into, tell us a little bit about the games that you are building. Now we talked about the system you've chosen. What is the game you're designing? Jen, let's start with you.
So since I was very small, very much enjoy post-apocalyptic scenarios where the young adults are the heroes of the story. something is,
Yay!
it's very, very specific. I like post-apocalyptic stories in general, but specifically, like the CW's 100, where the teenagers are sort of responsible and they're the main focus. And I've been trying for years to find a system that would match that sort of thing. And the Cortex Prime really just lent itself perfectly that I could get exactly the experience I was looking for. So the game that I'm working on is currently titled High School Apocalypse, and there are different. You pick a background and a personality and a an affiliation. So you can be in the jocks, you can be with the cheerleaders, and you can be a homeschool kid, or you can be a dropout, and you build your character that way. And then there is, in the second half of the book, there's actually a table where you can roll your apocalypse.
Mm.
So if you don't have one in mind, I provide some helpful suggestions to get the ball rolling for you.
Cool.
And then you are teenagers saving the world, either or the neighborhood, depending on what kind of game you're playing. And everything from I've written up stats for an evil mushroom overlord who's taking over the world with spore technology, and or your run-of-the-mill zombie apocalypse where all the adults are infected with the zombie virus, and you got to figure out what's going on.
So what is you mentioned that like this is a game you can choose to run. So what are your plans then? So this is more than just like, hey, I built a world and I'm going to play in my world. It sounds like you're making this accessible to others. What is your plan for that?
Yeah, so this is the part that kind of snowballed. So my day job is technical writing. And so, of course, I couldn't leave well enough alone and wanted to make sure that anybody who was interested could run this game. So currently, we've set up a Ko-Fi, Ko-Fi, for the Geek Forge to help raise money to hire an artist.
Ooh.
So it's not quite into a Kickstarter kind of thing at this point, because I'm still, getting things refined. But my idea is to make this accessible to anybody who wants to pick up something that, in theory, should be easy to pick up, easy to create characters. I did a test run, and you can create a character in about 5 minutes.
Cool.
And then be able to play on a rainy afternoon, a Saturday, you don't have anything going on, or a long campaign if you don't want to do a one shot.
Awesome.
So that's sort of my hope, is to make this an easy barrier to entry for gaming while having a not as serious a story that they can be silly. They could be serious, but in the intro paragraphs, I've got things you're going to need for this game are some friends and maybe some snacks to share with the table. So a little bit cheeky.
That's awesome. Teslan, what about you? What are you building?
Okay. So about a week and a half ago, the game we had planned for today got shifted around. So I needed a game. So had some stuff, so I was able to give it some thought over the weekend. And then I thought, well, okay, maybe I can do something with Cortex. And I can't, and I'm not entirely sure what caused it, but something during the weekend made me think of weird stuff happening in Vegas. Don't honestly don't remember what it was. Actually, no, I do. The Shadowrun mission that I've written, that's going to be played, that's going to be premiered at Origins in a few weeks, that had an element that reminded me of Vegas a bit in it. And I just realized I can't reveal much more than that, or I'll violate an NDA. It's a weird thing. You write something, but you don't actually own it. But anyways, so it made me think of Vegas, and from there it was just okay. Let's build something, and uh, show how quick you can build something.
Hmm.
So pretty much, I had the gist of the storyline that I thought over the last few days, or the week, the beginning of the week. Yesterday, I started building the character sheet and the basics of the characters. Um, and I just finished the Roll20 sheet today for it.
Mm.
Um, so effectively, I just kind of went through and is like, okay, how, you know, you need you need something, you need a core thing at the beginning. They don't usually, it's a list of traits that only have a few things in there. Um, in a lot of game systems, uh, it's the character's attributes or physical stats or physical and mental stats. In some games where they're not that, it's not that specific, you can actually do affiliations for it, where
Mm.
how well you work with others determines, basically acts as a force multiplier for things.
Mm.
So I went through and figured out the game I want. Players are going to be doing things individually quite a bit. So I'll go with individual attributes. Just kept it simple: physical, social, and mental.
So, so you're kind of walking us through how you created this game, but
Yep.
you've other than like saying like, hey, I had a weird idea about something weird in Vegas. Um,
Yep.
what is this thing that you are building? Like
Oh,
what?
okay. That's a fair point. You're right. I went in, I mechanic. I went to the mechanics of it.
Yeah, yeah.
It is 1960s Vegas, and the authorities have decided that um, they want they want the mob out of Vegas. So uh, they are forming task force, sending them into casinos, trying to route them out, getting people undercover, or just basic good old fashioned police work, finding out how they're handling the skim. For people who don't know or haven't watched too many things, what the mob typically did in Vegas was they would skim off the gambler from the gambling. They would skim off pre-tax money, and it would all go to other cities, which that slowly it dragged down the government and it dragged down the casinos because they had no money to invest. So the authorities want them out. And this is a story about one particular casino, which is kind of perplexing to both the authorities and the mob alike. The Crescent Casino, because it operates just a little bit different. And this is a story of four uh, officers who are entrusted to investigate what's going on in this casino.
Cool. Awesome. And if I understand, so you're GMing that tonight.
Yes.
This is a demonstration of how, like, within days you can create a world for Cortex Prime.
Yep.
And Jen, you're playing in it tonight?
I am, yeah.
Cool. That's exciting. Do you know anything about your character yet?
I don't.
Ooh, so
Not at all.
we're finding that out on the fly?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. So it's really seeing the raw form of Cortex in action.
Well, that's part of it is because Cortex all works off of dice pools, where you take the various traits you have, and they'll, whatever trait you decide, they will have a dice pool assigned to it.
Okay.
So, like, say, got a physical, this character has a D8, and for technology, they have a D6. They've got a so that means when they're assembling, when they're putting together what they when they have to say place a wiretap up on a pole, I'm having them roll physical because essentially it's hanging off of a pole,
Right.
while working the technology. And if they have a distinction, which distinctions are, they're they're the quirks of a character. They're the things that everybody has that set them apart from others. If I were
Okay.
to pick a distinction for me, it would be farmer's son, or
Mm.
probably more like handyman's son, or maybe just straight out handyman. Whereas I can do Tom. This is Tom. Where around the house, I can do just about anything.
Mm-hmm.
For Jen, I would definitely, crafter
Okay.
uh, distinction. For UREM, PR and organizer distinction. That type of stuff. So it's just it's kind of the things that you do that go beyond somebody's skills or talents.
I see. Okay, so it's when you first described it, I thought more of like a quirk, like something that makes someone stand out for like an oddity or something, like a personality trait or
Yep.
something like that. But this is really more of like almost, if you were to compare it to D&D, almost like your I keep thinking the word persuasion, but it's you fill in the little dot. You fill in the little dot, guys. I'm blanking on the word. I played D&D 2 nights ago, and I'm blanking on the word. So you have the skill, but proficiency. That's it. Who is a
Okay.
P.
Yes. Yep.
So it's the thing you're really good at. Like
Yep.
everyone can do a little bit of everything, but this is what like you are better than the others in this.
Yes. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
That took me way too long to find.
part of it can be quirks too. I mean, it can fill into it can pull into things that don't don't lay that aren't obvious. Like Tom could also probably put down clumsy but indestructible as a distinction.
Okay.
So
And it can be, so it sounds like then that there isn't just a list of options. It's something that you can define on your own.
yes.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to jump in and say is that with Teslon's approach to making his game and my approach is coming at it from a different angle. So I had set up distinctions, but I broke them into 3 categories. So you can pick your background and you can pick your affiliation or your group, and then you can pick your personality kind of main trait. And these are all the things that influence how you view the world, how you interact with other people.
Okay.
And then you roll those dice, and the perspective I take with it that I really like is something that Dragon Prince does really well, is that you ask the players what they think they should roll. So instead of me saying, okay, you're going to climb a fence and you should roll agility, that they say, I was actually a fence climbing champion of 2017, so I have a specialty in fence climbing.
Okay.
And so I'm going to roll that in addition to my agility, and it's going to give me an extra die in my dice pool so that I have a higher chance of success because it's something I'm good at.
That's really interesting because it sounds like the way you just described it makes it sound like almost like a shopping list of attributes that you can pick to build into your game. So like I think about like how for D&D you shop for your spells, right? But like you always have passive perception, you always have all the full skill list, you always have the full list of attributes. But if you're like, man, I don't want to play with carrying capacity, or I don't want to play with passive perception, you can do that and kind of choose what you want to build into your game.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
But you tapped into something that bugs me when people complain about games to a certain extent. Technically, that exists for all games. I mean, the GM and the players can decide what rules are important. I mean, honestly, how many people care about encumbrance?
People that I don't want to play with.
Well, it can become important when you've got a character that's like pushing the limit. Then he can go through the encumbrance rules and prove, yes, my half troll can carry all these different weapons and this equipment. So yes, that was, and it was not a wasted afternoon because I proved my character could carry all that stuff, and I was still gaming that character for 10 years with that load.
Well, and that's like, and again, you can make those choices. I'm
Yeah.
totally getting off on a tangent here,
Yeah,
but
we are.
it's like, what can I carry in terms of weight versus what can I carry logistically? Like, if you have a barrel of spears, like you're carrying, but like I can still carry 50 pounds or 100 pounds or
Right.
something like that. It's like, okay, but like, how are you actually carrying this?
Yeah. And
That's something else too that I really like, that I used in my setting, is something called signature assets. So the idea is that if there is a hammer in the background, you can use the hammer. You don't
Ooh,
have to have a special skill for it. You don't have to be great at hammer unless it's something where you're like, I am Thor, I am best at hammer. But if you are Thor and you want a special hammer, then that's your signature asset.
gotcha.
And that is like a bonus. It's like a magic weapon or something that you're known for. So when I did my test run, I was actually playing with Eason and some friends, and Eason's signature asset was a 1978 Dodge pickup truck. So the game we were playing, I made
that's a
sure
hell
to
of an
include,
asset.
right?
If you
Um,
if you kids don't know how good an asset that is, that's a hell of an asset.
But he had skills in driving, or he had picked up a specialty in it, so he could drive any car. But if he drives his truck, then he gets bonuses to when he's doing driving things.
That makes sense, because it's always like when you drive a new car and you hit, like, are adjusting to the brakes and you kind of like lurch a little bit and stuff like that. But you
Right.
wouldn't do that with your car.
Yeah, the one that you know exactly what's going to make it do what you want it to do versus the rental that you picked up at the airport. Exactly.
Cool. Awesome. Well, let's transition a little bit. Jen, I want to know. We had you on the show before to talk about the Geek Forge. What's new? What's happening over at the Geek Forge?
There is a lot of stuff happening at the Geek Forge. We redid our website, so it's a lot prettier and a lot faster now, which is thegeekforge.org. Shameless plug. And and then, of course, as I've been working on this game as well, we started a small line of merchandise. So we've got T-shirts and some comfy hats, and we just got in some little pins that you can put on your lanyard.
Ooh.
And yeah, so coming up, we have a couple of things in the pipes that I'm excited about. And so the first thing is we're going to be making what I'm calling streaming hoods.
What?
So the idea is when you are doing streaming and you want to look nice for your stream, or you want to step it up a little bit with some cosplay, that you don't need a full cloak. It's way too hot. The lights are too bright. You're just sitting around. So instead, get a hood that's just a cowl, like the Batman cowl.
Yeah.
And we're going to have pieces on the sides for your prosthetic ears to stick through, or for your headphone
I'll take
pieces.
10.
So, so that is still in the prototype stage, but that is going to be coming up this year. And the other thing is expanding our patch line a little bit. Is that we're going to do varsity inspired patches based on fandoms.
Cool.
So those are the two things that are sort of coming up this year, along with we did a commission for a movie called The Invitation, which was released in 2022. You can view it on streaming on Sony's website. And it was my first time completely drafting a piece of clothing from scratch. Usually I use patterns and things like that. And this time I just completely used Bessie back there and just made a dress. And so you can check out Izzy Grace Cosplay is the cosplayer's name on TikTok if you want to see the dress and see all the super fun cosplays and TikToks that she's doing over there.
Awesome.
So that took up the beginning of the year. And yeah, so one or two more commissions, I think, before the day job really kicks up to be busy. But yeah, so we got a lot going on, and we're going to be at Gen Con this year.
Yay!
Just to go, network, and we don't have a booth or, nothing like that, but we
Can
will be
can
there if you want to come
can
hang out.
you bring me a pin and a t-shirt? I will pay for it, but that way I can get it not in Canada shipping prices.
We can probably arrange something.
Yay! Awesome. Oh, that's so great to hear, Jen. What else is coming up for both of you? You said you're going to Gen Con. What about you, Tom? Where are you going to be?
I'm hoping to be at Origins in about 5 weeks.
Oh my God, that's 5 weeks away.
In the Shadowrun missions room, GMing as I always do, and then after that, it's Gen Con, and it's just in general. It's going to be we're entering convention season, so I'm going to try and get out to do some more regional cons now that things have changed. So I won't say they're back to normal, but at least we have a way to move forward with after COVID. So getting back into that flow of hitting several conventions throughout the year.
Everyone get your boosters.
What?
Everyone get your boosters.
Yep. I actually timed my booster specifically so it is kicked in strongest during Origins and Gen Con, and it worked out pretty good for me last year.
Yeah, last Gen Con was my first time getting COVID, so it was no thank you to that again. Dislike. All right, so let's wrap up then. I want to hear where do we find and follow you both to learn more about what you have going on? What streams are you on and where? Tell us all the things so that we can find you and learn more. So Tom, let's start with you this time.
Okay, it's a little bit easier with me. Pretty much you can find me on the REM Discord. I've got a couple of other streams happening on other channels that I'm working on, but they're a little bit out. But I really don't have a good, solid social media presence. I mean, you could find Tesla and Kieran Hawk on Twitter and on Facebook, but I'm pretty bad about posting right now and getting myself out there.
You're in the REM Discord, but where are you on Twitch and YouTube?
At Tesla and Kieran Hawk. And I'm also, your other part is I'm also streaming on the Shadowcasters network. Generally at this point, generally a couple times a week, playing in a Shadowrun Chicago games on Tuesday nights with the lady above me. Jen, we're finishing up the final. We're in the process of the final countdown for our arc, which was a big explosive end to Chicago.
Yeah, for sure. I got to play in that season, so I will be tuning in for the finale to see what happens.
No spoilers. I haven't read ahead, so I don't know what happens.
I can't wait.
Bob Loper's been a great GM in that because he knows that I've GM'd all of those ones multiple times, but he's thrown me enough curveballs to keep it interesting.
That's good.
And I also play a character with not a great logic, so it makes it easy to, okay, I wouldn't be the one they'd be going to for this anyways.
And that's on Tuesdays, right?
That's on Tuesdays, yes.
Okay. So YouTube Shadowcasters Network.
Yeah. And then every other Wednesday, it's Shadowrun Denver, in which we bounce around GMs.
Cool.
Right now, we're going through an adventure with Jen, in which we're worrying. Actually, we don't know what's happening. I'm kind of stuck. We could be. It could just be a typical bad dystopian nightmare, or there could be vampires involved.
Awesome! I can't wait to find out.
Yeah, I'm not honestly sure.
And then you said Mondays is your Paranormal Albany
Yep.
/ Dresden Files thing on Twitch.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3 days in a row of streaming for Tesla.
Yep. And then various other things on the REM channel. I'm also starting to play, and it's hopefully somebody tosses the Discord link. It's a great thing to hop onto the REM Discord. We've got games up there, and it's not just about streaming. I try and do as much as I can as far as Shadowrun Learn to Plays, and other Learn to Plays in other systems. I think I'm probably going to do one for Prowlers and Paragons coming up soon. Cortex is a little tricky to do it because every game has a slightly different twist. But so that's the big area to check out and find out what I'm doing.
Cool. Jen, how about you?
Yeah, but you can find us all over the internet. The full list of locations is on our link tree, which is linktr.ee/thegeekforge. And you can find us. We're on Instagram at Geekforge. We're on TikTok at the Geekforge. No, just Geekforge. And we're on Facebook at the Geekforge. We have a Facebook group that you can join where I talk about projects coming up, getting people's opinions on stuff as sort of a first look. Our website is thegeekforge.org, which has access to our web store, which has mostly the same things on our Etsy store, which is thegeekforge.etsy.com. And if you are interested in some other side projects that I've worked on in the past or am working on, you can actually go to pawleyproductions.com, Pawley productions.com, and that is sort of a central repository of all of my various projects. So if you want to check out the musical website, or you want to see, my art portfolio or whatever, you can go there too.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for joining me, and thank you for telling me a little bit more about Cortex Prime, because I have not had the opportunity to play yet. So I like the customization feel of it, and the shopping for the system that works best for you. That will stick out in my head from here on out. So coming up next, though, we have the see it in action portion of the evening, where you get to see a game run by Teslan and played by Jen, among others. That will take place in 60s Las Vegas and use the Cortex Prime system. And it was a fast whip up so you can see how easy it is to build your own world or game using Cortex Prime. So thank you both for joining us, but don't go anywhere because we will be right back from PCs. Hi, everyone. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of a Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook Seattle Edition PDF. Thank you so much to Catalyst Game Labs for donating such a cool prize. Type hashtag RunPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get bonus entries and impact the game by donating bits and subs in chat. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store as well at www.premalternus.com/Etsy. We'll see you next time, Rem PCs. Bye.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, but that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell!
Spell.
Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
Oh, well.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
me now because, hey, everybody. Sorry about that. I was muted from when I was doing behind the scenes stuff a minute ago. Welcome to the One Shot Show. This is a game where that I started creating on Monday, and we're going to play it tonight. I built it. If you watched the previous hour where we talked about Cortex Prime, we built it using the Cortex Prime toolkit and a healthy dose of the movie Ocean's 11, the original. You know, the one with Frank Sinatra.
Ooh, the one where they steal everything by blackout. I love that.
Yes. Let's start out with giving everybody a chance to introduce themselves and say what they're up to, if they're or if they've got anything they want to talk about. Why don't we go ahead and start on the far side of the screen with Chris?
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Chris. I'm just a random guy on the internet, and I stream on Realm Alternis, actually on their YouTube channel. Yeah, that's where you can catch me now playing Shadowrun with Jen.
Wow, you're not going to include me in there, huh?
Oh, and Tom. And you with the face.
Yeah. John?
Hello, everyone. I'm John McDonald, aka Panajon, aka Panabon. Usually you'll see me on Sunday nights in like clockwork as the dual eyebrow gender queer gnome relocation specialists. Because we don't call them thieves. We're not thieves. We just relocate things. Sometimes it involves money. Every other Wednesday, I am the GM for Power Rangers Centurion. And if you've been listening to the Alterni archives for any length of time, you've heard my voice. If you are currently listening to Deadlands, the Power Ranger Becoming Mighty Morphin show before Deadlands, that was my first time GMing a long campaign, and it's a very exciting thing as we kind of are recording season 2 currently. It's great. If you are not part of the Realm Alternis Discord, then you may not know that I am currently working on a move because I have been accepted into an MFA program. And so it's very exciting. In the month of May, I'm having an auction of seats in a very specific one-shot for Destination Investigations, which is the ghost hunting TTRPG I did for the Streamathon. So if you haven't checked out the Streamathon, all of the shows themselves are up on the Realm Alternis YouTube page. And if you're interested in doing a very kind of classic ghost hunting scenario, really leaning into it, you can get a seat at a table for a one-shot that only 6 people in the world will ever experience, because it will not be part of the 20-episode Destination Investigation show for whenever we have our darker-themed Realm Alternis channel has yet to be named. So that's me. Hello. I'm very excited about this. I was going to do an accent, but I am feeling the pressure, so I'm not going to do my James Cagney impression for this. I apologize in advance.
Jen?
So I'm Jen. If y'all were here in the previous hour, you've already heard my spiel. But I am the owner of the Geek Forge, and you can find us all over the internet. Linktree, linktr.ee/the Geek Forge has all of our links in there. And I play on Tuesday nights with Chris and Tom for Shadowrun Chicago on the Shadowcasters Network YouTube channel. And every other Wednesday, so when you're not watching John, you can come watch us for Shadowrun Denver, which is a 6th edition Shadowrun game. And I am currently running an adventure for my fellow runners that may or may not be vampires. And it's definitely something weird and spooky. And I promise that the players are making it much spookier than I ever intended to. So I'm just going to put that on them. And that's where you can also on the Shadowcasters Network YouTube, and that's every other Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you. All right. Again, like Jen said, if you were here earlier, you heard my tire spiel. But the big thing for me is I'm a forever GM. And if you want to play in some games, a great place to go is the Rem Alternis Discord. We've got games that are for streaming, games that are for podcasts, games that are for recording. And then there's just some games because we like to play games. They're always up there. So hopefully someone dropped it in the chat and come check it out.
They put up with my nonsense. So whatever nonsense you want to bring, you can bring it. I'm still a relatively new player in my mind amongst professionals, and everyone has been very welcoming and opening. So if you're feeling kind of shy about it, it's okay, because everybody starts somewhere. So join us, and then you'll never leave. It was good up until the last part of that statement, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Consent is key. You can leave whenever you want.
Okay. So back to this. It is 1960s. The mob wants the mob wants Vegas money. They have, for a long time, they have skimmed off profits before taxes and keeping the casinos from making profits. Whereas the money going to Chicago, New York, Milwaukee, all sorts of places. And the authorities have decided that has to stop. So task force are being formed. Officers from a variety of different agencies are being sent in to check out, to gain evidence and figure out what's going on in the casinos. Hopefully, outright, catch them at the skims. So, there is one called the Crescent Casino and Hotel, which has always had a slightly strange history to it. And these three law enforcement people of variety are being sent in to figure it out. So this is pretty much, I dropped their characters up for them within the last few minutes. Well, not last few minutes, probably in the last hour. They got their first look at them. And as far as attributes, you guys have on your character sheets, you should see an attributes section, a roles section, and a distinctions section. And using the information in those spots, that's how you build your dice pools when you when you need to roll to see if you made it a success. So for attributes, I gave you 3 attributes: physical, social, and mental. Now I defaulted them all to D8, but you can shift them however you want as long as the total remains the same. So if you shift up, say you shift up your physical to D10, you have to shift down one of the other stats.
What?
Go ahead.
What? So we have physical and social seem obvious to me. What would a mental role entail? What kind of role would mental be used in?
Mental would be basically anything that is figuring things out. Math, looking at a ledger to quickly spot, where they're obviously adding up things wrong. Spotting a scale that's not quite calibrated right. Stacks of money that don't look quite right, and just figuring out figuring out stuff. And for roles, I use a set of 8 rolls, and by rolls, I'm not talking about dice rolls. Roles are a set of skills. Roles are basically like disciplines, like forensic, investigation, legal, medicine, psychology, tactics, technology, and public. That all factors in to, in the case of public, anytime you're dealing with people, technology is whenever you're in this case is the 1960s, so you're talking about wiretaps, checking for bombs under vehicles, that type of thing. Tactics, pretty much anything involving fighting, physical layouts. The rest of them, I think they're pretty much straight, pretty much self-explanatory. But for them, you get, pull this up to make sure I remember it. There it is. They all default to D6, but you can bump one of them up to a D10, 2 up to D8s, and you should drop one of them down to a 4 for something that you just don't do well.
I gotta tell you, any palooka that would put a bomb under one of those new Chevys, I hear they're very sturdy.
Okay. So then the next one, the next section, and this is pretty much completely self-explanatory. You have distinctions. Distinctions are the quirks, as I just described. There it is. They kind of paint a picture of your character's quirks, background, personality, and the type of role they're going to probably play in the story. They can pretty much be whatever you want. I think I used an example for myself would be I would have the handyman distinction and technologist distinction, because if I were to figure out that, and that now how distinctions work, that's where they get a little interesting, because you all start with 3 plot points to begin with. And plot points can be used for simple things like, hey, I want to spend a plot point to introduce an item into a scene or something like that. So you can use a plot point to directly affect the scene. You can also use a plot point when you're rolling one of your distinctions to step it up. When you add a distinction into a roll, generally it's a D8. However, if you step it up, you can take it up to a D12 by spending a plot point. Now, I always give you the difficulty before you roll. So if you know it's going to be an easy roll to make, you can also step down your distinction to a D4. And that farms you a plot point.
And Tom, why would somebody want to step a distinction down to a D4?
You'd want to do it so you can start to build up plot points.
What would be like an in-game excuse to do that?
An in-game excuse? You're not trying that hard. You know, it's the yeah, I go and I pick up you've got somebody with a physical of D10, and they're throwing a punch against somebody. Yeah, they're fighting somebody who their roll is a 3. So it's like they're just going to take it easy and gain a plot point that way.
Thank you.
Yep. And lastly, there's one. Now we'll get into more stuff as the game starts. But there's one other thing that can happen. If you notice near the top of your sheet, you'll see that there's a stress rating. Stress is unique in that when you lose a roll to somebody, they can cause you to gain stress. And stress is always added on to the difficulty of things that you do, unless you spend a plot point to channel the stress into your roll. But what that does is that shifts the stress up 1 mark. Does that make sense? Or is it something that will make sense as we get playing?
It makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. It's something new I'm adding. I don't use it in my Dresden game. Okay. So, actually, first off, why don't we go around? Jen, we'll start with you this time. What is your character's law enforcement background? And you can make up whatever agency you want. I mean, in theory, you could be the wildlife and fishery agent.
My character's law enforcement background is that she used to be an informant for the police. And because she used to be a showgirl. Okay. And so that's my second distinction is former showgirl. And so when she was a showgirl, she was basically a CI for the police force. And she wanted to get out of show business. She was maybe aging out of it a little bit. And they said, hey, you did a great job getting information. You know all these people to talk to. So she's maybe not an official police officer, but there's some sort of consultant or something to sort of liaison between the previous life.
Okay. John.
Freddie Two-Tone is kind of an ace at fashion, and that comes from their former life as part of a mob group that is no longer. They have a kind of family history. Their father was a bootlegger during Prohibition, which was a very sad time for everybody, except for the temperance people. And so there's still a bit of a dandy mindset to Freddie. They are called two-tone because they're known for wearing kind of flashy ties that always have at least 2 colors in them, and their wingtips are always extra shiny, which is why their distinction I took for the first part is fashion forward, and they built kind of a social creature. Funnily enough, my second distinction is what is my second distinction here? It is showgirl aficionado. Yeah. Showgirl aficionado, because I made it so I was doing like a Marilyn Monroe reference. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, so like his best friends are all showgirls, where diamonds are their best friend, but that means they won't steal his. So it's So we likely knew each other.
I love it when a random plan comes together.
It's true. We definitely planned it that way. Yes,
and
that is
definitely talked
exactly
about
what
this
happened.
beforehand, and I didn't decide in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, totally.
Yeah. Okay, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm playing Burr. Burr is just a metro a metro beat cop. Investigation is not really his thing, and he's seen a lot of stuff go down. So if you can't laugh about it, you'll cry, right? He has a pretty dark sense of humor, and he finds himself pretty funny. Let's see. That's Burr so far.
Okay.
Oh, and he's a gambler, which is a terrible thing, a terrible vice to have when you work in Vegas. So let's see how much trouble that gets him into.
I like your humor. It's as dark as the coffee it's bets.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad you picked that because I'm sitting here. It's like, okay, please let one of them have picked a somebody with official law enforcement.
I'm law enforcement. I'm just working it down from the inside, baby. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. So starting out, Chris, Burr gets called in. You're about to go out on your standard beat, and you get called in to the. You're told at roll call by your sergeant. Hey Burr, you need to go talk to the captain.
What's up his tail this time?
Don't know, but I'll tell you, I got somebody covering your beat, so probably some kind of special assignment. Who did you? Yeah, just ease up on the jokes. All right, I mean, the Mormon delegation that you had to thing, they weren't fans. You know that, right?
Well, everybody's a critic nowadays, Sarge.
Hey, you're a good cop. Don't get burned down by that. All right, just But
all right. I'll keep the chuckles to a minimum. All right.
Okay.
And then he heads off to the captain's office.
Yep. Okay. You walk into the captain's office. Officer Burr.
Cat.
I got a plainclothes detail. I'm going to put you on for a while.
All right.
I got a casino investigation I need you to run. Kind of busy. Well, all right. Last investigation didn't go great with it. Well, actually, it depends. All three of the officers retired.
You mean like it's not at the Crescent, is it?
Yes, it's at the Crescent.
I heard there was like chupacabras and werewolves and stuff back there. It's not the case, is it?
No werewolves.
All right.
But we're gonna go at this a little different. You're not a standard guy. We haven't had you in the casinos that much lately. And we're assigning you 2 consultants.
I don't need babysitters, Cap. I promise I won't gamble this time.
You should thank your sergeant. He managed to keep me from finding out about that. But I would not consider these 2 babysitters. He hands you a couple file folders. Top one is Freddie Two-Tone. He's done good work for us despite his family ties. He knows he knows how it works.
All right.
And then he hands you another one. And you open it up and see a picture of a chorus line. That is a promotional shot from when she worked the Flamingo. When she was
You give me free tickets to the Rockettes, Cat?
No, she's nope. Dahlia's a former showgirl, and she's been around the town, knows everybody. And she's done real good work as an informant.
Righty.
She blends in, little too long in the tooth for doing the high kicks, but still looks normal walking through the area. I'm going to state this aside from Tom. Remember, folks, this is the 1960s. I'm going to introduce a little bit of that misogynistic, just a tiny bit of the misogynistic, but trying to avoid going too far into it because that's just no fun.
Gotcha.
So they're, I told them to meet you in an hour at this diner. And it's the Candelabra Diner.
Sounds good. Hour at the Candelabra?
Yep. In an hour at the Candelabra. So you got time to go home, change into a suit. And
sounds good to me.
And head down.
I mean, okay, can I write the bill off? I mean, I'm gonna be at the diner, right? I mean, what if they ask for some food? Like, do I have to pay for it?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, here. Just get receipts. Be sure to get receipts. And yeah, you get reimbursed.
All right, cool beans.
That's it. Dismissed.
And, he heads home, and changes into some duds, and heads his way over to the Candelabra.
Okay. All right. Freddie and Dahlia, you got the call asking you to you've got a task force job, and you've been asked to meet up the officer that's going to work with you on it at the Candelabra at we're going to say 11 a.m. When do you arrive, and how are you dressed?
So Dahlia shows up about a half hour early because if you are 15 minutes early, you're late. And if you're a half hour early, you're on time. And she is wearing typical street clothes, leaning more towards the mod side of fashion for the 60s. So, street cut dresses and knee-high boots, that sort of thing.
Okay. Freddie?
Well, so Freddie was technically at the Candelabra last night at 10 when he saw one of his girls bet. And so technically he's coming back at 10 to see Bet again and to get a nice free cup of coffee, which is it's good for warming up the soul. And as Dahlia walks in, she kind of overhears Freddie talking to Bet because Freddie is not like not naturally loud, but also just aren't as many people in because it's not quite lunch yet. And he goes, "No, Bet, I swear. I got tickets to see Liberace. He's only been in town for like 5-6 years. It's really hard to get tickets, but yeah, I got some tickets to see Liberace coming up at the Rivera. I don't know when they're going to move him, but I want to get in on the ground floor. This guy's got some chops on the piano, let me tell you what." Out of character, he started in 1955 at the Rivera. I'm being like accurate to actual Las Vegas history.
Yeah, see, for some reason, I remembered that. So, yeah, I knew you were being accurate. I can't remember why I can remember the year that Liberace started there. I don't know why that's important. I remember that, but I forget, work assignments. But hey.
I think everyone should know the year that Liberace started at the Rivera Hotel in Las Vegas.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's at least a couple now who now know it.
You're welcome if you win Jeopardy.
What is 1957? Okay. So, all right. Burr, you come in. You getting there right on time, or?
I'll probably get there 10 minutes early.
Okay.
So I had to go home and change and whatnot.
All right. It's pretty easy to spot Freddie. At this point, but looking around, it's easy enough. You can spot Dahlia also.
You guys are the Punksville types. I appreciate that. He says to Dahlia and Freddie.
I'll look at Ben and go, "All right, sweetheart, I gotta get to work, and I gotta get back to work too. So I'll catch you later," and I'll do that clicking sound with my tongue that I can't do in real life. As I slide into a seat, so I'm professional. Props are big on professionality.
I appreciate it. Can I get a coffee and a club soda and what can I get for you guys?
Golly, you should get one of everything. That'd be hilarious.
All right.
I'll bring you your usual. I'll bring you your usual, Freddie.
Thank you.
Dahlia, honey, what do you want?
I'll just take whatever fruit's on the menu, thank you.
Gotcha.
I got clubs for that, don't they?
I'll get some fresh stuff. I'll get some of the fresh stuff from the back. All right. A couple minutes later, she comes out with your orders, puts them down in front of you. Okay. Just to make sure that you know, Chris, your assignment is to get these two and yourself together and figure out how the mob has gotten themselves into the Crescent. The dossier you were given, while their reported gambling earnings are better than some of the other casinos where they have obvious mob presence, they're not up to what's expected for that amount of square footage for casino. And there's a lot of secretive stuff about that place, so nobody really knows what's happening behind the scenes. They don't turn over employees that often. So your captain wants you to focus on the money, see how the money's flowing out of there.
And is it like so? Who's the figurehead of the mob around here at this time? Like,
Well, that's the
open
thing.
secret.
At this point, there's all sorts of different mobs that have their fingers in different casinos. Nobody knows what mob has their fingers um, into the Crescent.
Cool beans. All right.
Probably little Frankie Sinatra. He's got something going on.
Yeah, he's got his finger in a lot of pies, doesn't he?
So that's it. I'll let you guys figure out how you want to approach the investigation.
Alrighty. So glad you two could make it. We've been trying to figure out what's been going on at the Crescent recently, and we got the Golden Snitch and Freddie Two Tone over here. See what's going on. You guys hear anything about the Crescent recently?
– Is that a roll that we can make for Tom if we've heard any rumblings?
Yep. I mean, just to give you a suggestion, yeah, it probably would be. Yeah, it gets a little tricky with the rolls now I think about it, but investigation probably works.
Could I do like public, like I've heard something in gossip wise?
That works also, yeah. What you guys can do is up on top where it's got rolls, you can simply change the drop downs to what makes sense. And if you have a distinction that makes sense, you can add that in there on the third drop down.
I'm not going to spend a PowerPoint this early. Should we leave stress alone because it defaults to extra die? Should it default to anything else?
Yeah, you leave stress alone, and extra die alone. That's if you're doing something, if you're using your stress, or if you do something like use an asset that you've procured. That would go into the extra dice part.
All right.
But otherwise, you can leave them alone.
All right, let's see what happens when I roll. I got an 8. I don't know if you add them together, but I got an 8.
Yes, you do. What you do, and I one thing, yeah. What you do in this case is you've got to beat the difficulty that I set, and that rolling test. In this case, what I did was I took however good you rolled, which you rolled an 8, which gets you basically above easy. So it'd be the stuff that you would normally know. What little you know about the Crescent is that you've only heard good things come out of it. People are happy who work there.
There's nothing more suspicious than that. Some big palooka comes in as a boss, everybody's still happy. I don't buy that at all.
Anybody else want to roll and can use one of their distinctions?
I will also note, out of character, you said there were no werewolves, but you did not say no to chupacabras. So in the back of my mind, I'm going to be thinking there could be a chupacabra in this casino hotel.
Chupacabra is running the whole thing.
I haven't seen a goat around here in a hot minute.
I'd watch that movie, actually.
So, Tom, I'd like to use investigation and use my distinction of a former showgirl.
Yep. Yeah. So you just set the third drop down to distinction standard. If you're not going to do anything, and just click roll.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't do the distinction on mine at all, but that's okay. I still did pretty good. So.
Well, I mean, the big thing with this game is you figure out what you want to roll, and you got to run it by me to make sure it is. Although in this case, Jen knows going forward she doesn't have to run it by me again. That's a standard get to know information thing. But okay, so Jen, so this is where I'm going to introduce something called effect dice. Now this is the first time I'm explaining this. I'm going to do it right. So let's just say that getting information about the place is challenging. So it would be an 11 for a difficulty. So what you do there is, out of the dice you rolled, you try to get it to 11, and then your third dice is an effect dice. So does that make you following how that makes sense? And the effect dice, the die of it, can be used to create resources, or in some cases reduce stress.
So I rolled a D10 for my attribute, which was mental.
Yep.
And I rolled a D8 for investigation.
Yep.
And then my distinction is also a D8.
Yep.
So what?
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask what the number is that I'm trying to beat.
You're trying to beat 11. So in this case, you can beat it by using your first two, your attribute and your roll, and your talent and your investigation.
So then my effect die would be the D8 that I rolled for distinction. Is that correct?
Yep, that's it. And then that, in this case, you can spend a plot point to turn that D8 into an asset that you have in the facility, in the place, in the crescent.
Yeah, let's do that. I know one of the girls there.
Yep. That makes especially sense since the effect die was from your thing. So yeah. Yep. Her stage name is Aaliyah, but her real name's Tracy. One of the dancers there. You kind of lost touch with her for a while, but you do know that she did get hired there.
So, what is the information that I get that I can share with the group that I heard from my girl Tracy?
Okay. Fair. That's true. Now I get it. Yeah, sorry. It took me a sec to smooth it out in my head. Yeah, you've talked to Tracy, and she actually was trying to get you to go there and work. She was gushing about how nice it was. They've got a in-house doctor that takes fantastic care of everybody. They've got childcare, which for her was really important because she's a single mom. But yeah, they've got a daycare in there, or actually, better word to word it is, they've got places where people with families can live, and so that the showgirls that work at night can actually tuck their kids in, and they've got people who keep an eye on the kids, basically equivalent to babysitters, while they're off working. So she was gushing about how great it was, how they, the drunks get handled quickly. I mean, she honestly couldn't stop talking about how nice it was.
My girl Tracy, she says it's a dream to work there. All sorts of amenities, as they call it.
Well, hell, do they got a dental plan?
Well, we didn't talk about teeth, but they've got childcare, which is not something anybody else in this town has.
Sounds
Wonder
like
if they're
wrong, huh?
I wonder if they're running to become one of those. Or what is it called? What was it, the Grapes of Wrath, where they all live in the company town? Wonder if they're gunning for something like that.
Could be.
She did say they have a doctor, which is absolutely unheard of. You kick one too many kicks and you just kick yourself right out of a job. So having a doctor right there.
Sounds pretty handy. So when's the last time you talked to your girl at the place?
It's probably been about 4 weeks since you talked to her.
It's been just about a month, but she and I don't always chat every day, if you know what I'm saying.
I hear you. Do you think if we went by, we could have a chat with her?
Probably so. I don't know where else she'd be. That's part of her challenge was with her little junior that she couldn't leave him at home alone anymore. Some reason folks don't like it when you leave the 4-year-old by himself. I don't know. I think he's fine, and he can reach the handle of the refrigerator, so I don't know what the problem is.
And he's only a couple years away from starting working anyways, right? So
exactly. I don't know why folks are so upset, but
sounds good to me. Freddie T, how about you? It sounds amenable to you.
It sounds amenable. I'm a little worried about a place where everyone's so happy-go-lucky. I can't think of the dream doesn't have some nightmare behind it somewhere unless this person is gunning for mayor of the year or something. I don't think Las Vegas needs another mayor like the Palooka we got in there right now. All smiles and big sharp teeth. Nothing good's going to come of that. I heard he even wants to build a big international airport. I don't know what they need a big airport for in the desert. Come on now.
You know what? I hear you, Freddie. It makes no sense to me either. All right.
Hey,
Here.
I have a question. Have we ever had anyone like in the case notes, for instance, did the cops ever try to send anyone in undercover to see what the players see when they're there?
Yes. They did send a team in undercover. But they never got a report out. The
Did they get to leave the building? Are they still there?
Oh, they left the building, but they retired. They went in and put in their time. Said that they were done.
It was almost a Hotel California there for a second.
Yeah, that could be a fair point.
If not, it's the next game that Tom writes.
Yeah, we're a little early for Hotel California. That was Laurel Canyon age. It wouldn't have made it to Vegas yet.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the other thing is because we got cops that retired. Should we maybe see what the Flatfoots think? What the Flatfoots thought of after we? I think we should visit. We should visit Tracy, but we should visit Tracy second in case us being in their complex upsets them. So we're not caught with our wingtips around our ankles.
Makes sense. In the dossier, does it list who last worked the case?
Yep, they are. And you probably would have to call up a friend to get the information to get where they live now, but shouldn't be. Would just require a public role.
Sounds good.
But while you're figuring that out, we're probably going to take our first 5-minute break, and I believe
I have a question before the break happens. I didn't get to hear the interview. What is the prize people are playing for this time?
I actually remembered that, John. It's a physical copy of the Shadowrun 6th edition book Power Plays. So don't forget, type in RemPC and you'll get a copy of it. It's a great book, a great reference book for Shadowrun. Covers what the corporations have happened and some changes in the meta plot. I referred to it quite a bit as I was writing the mission. I did. So that is what we get this week. Make sure I'm not getting okay, sorry. Got distracted. Too many hats wearing tonight. So does that answer your question, John?
Yes, it's an important question to ask. And how would people enter if they would like to win this book? For those who may be tuning in for the first time.
Well, they can type in #RemPC, or they can donate bits. If you do a subscription, it's worth 7 entries. And if you donate 100 bits, it's worth 1 entry. So if say you enter in 400 bits, you can give the GM an extra plot point. You also could give it to the players too, if they want it. Same thing with subscriptions. Like in this case, I believe, I am sharing my subscription, and I'm tossing it to Jen. So Jen has an extra plot point. So you get a chance to affect the game. So, that said, we'll be back in 5 minutes, folks.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Thanks for sticking around, folks. And I believe if you look above Jen, you'll see I tossed on our roll 20 rolls. So, all right, wow, okay. You rolled a D10 and got a 10. You rolled a D8 and got a 6. So the difficulty you're gonna face, I was gonna give that as a 7, easy. So you blow past that, no problem. You get their addresses. And
Alrighty.
you one thing of interest is their retirement checks, their pension checks are all going to the Crescent Casino.
Ain't no way. Oh, there's definitely something fishy up.
I mean,
All
it's,
right.
it's going to them, but the address is the Crescent Casino.
I gotcha. All right, there's definitely something up. All right. Yeah, can I get their names so I can tell which one I'm going to first? Yeah.
Sure. Yep. Sure, you can
I
get their
think-
name.
Joey Bishop was one of them. Remember, Joe Bishop was on the beat.
Joe Bishop.
Definitely Steve Brown.
Oh,
Officer Theodolus.
the Hoopy What's?
Yeah. Officer John Theodolus.
John Theo. Okay.
Yep. He is the okay, that's the wrong random generator. Come on, there we go. Pete Moss and Leonard Chapman. They had all just made detective. John Theolis. But yep, those three. They had just made detective.
Cool beans. Yeah, I'm gonna let's go to JT's place.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean,
They all live at the Crescent now, though, don't they?
they do, but it's not that. It's not like they live in the high rise part of it. There seem to be some outlying buildings where the staff live.
Okay.
And that's
And is that in the same area that that Tracy would live into, or are they like separate buildings on that complex, or separate wings rather?
when Dahlia goes through her address book, she Tracy would live here. Tracy would live in this area also.
Alrighty. Do we want to split the Scooby gang up? Does Scooby Doo exist at this point? Yeah, it does. Right?
Yeah, Hanna-Barbera does, but it's not it. So I before we decide going, what kind of cars should we take? Do you think they're going to be looking for certain license plates, looking for plates they recognize? Should we have a
what kind of car you got?
I got a Chevy. It's the most reliable. It's American made.
Alrighty. What kind of Chevy? We talking Pinto? Like
You're gonna make me look up cars from 1960s. All right.
You know, Chev is a brand, Freddie T.
Chev is a brand.
The Nova, Chevelle, Camaro, Corvette Stingray.
I'm
Those are
gonna go with the Nova. It's fine. I'll go with the Nova.
Okay.
All right. Well, I got the undercover Crown Vic. It's more spacious. Let's take that.
Well, that works for me because I take public transportation. I'm not as fancy as you fellas are.
Okay. As you guys are getting up, Freddie, somebody catches your eye.
Or do I catch their eye?
No, they catch your eye, and they clearly want you to hang back for a moment. If you two, if you two want to see if you spot it, if you spot, that would be a challenging roll. But you can roll perception. The other two to see if you spot it.
Perception. Okay.
Why don't you two head out, and I'll join you in a second. I gotta tie my shoe and say goodbye to my girl.
All right. Godspeed, my man. Parked out this way, darling. Let's start heading that way.
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Dahlia, you spot it. You see the meaningful glance when you've been around in Vegas long enough to know that that Freddie just got asked to wait for a meeting with someone of questionable legal status. Basically, a mobster wants to talk to Freddie for a second. You spot it. It's up to you what you want to do. If you can just keep walking past and file the guy's face away for later on.
As long as Freddy doesn't look like he's concerned or like that he would be in trouble or, in danger of having his kneecaps removed, then I'm just going to file it away.
Okay. All right. All right. You two head out. The guy motions for you to come over to the table he's at.
I walk over fairly casually, and I go, I can't be long. I got a flatfoot waiting. What can I do for you today?
Huh. Yeah, I saw. I just I got. Well, to make it quick, we have a problem. Both you and I, we're both the same, from the same type of people. Despite what that Howard Hughes guy says, Vegas is ours.
Well,
now,
yeah. You think I'm really keeping my nose that clean? Come on.
Well, that's good. And it's better to keep things quiet. We're behind the scenes now. But I got word that there's something weird about that Crescent Casino, and I got word they're forming a task force about it.
Yeah, that would be a heck of a thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, and I'd be Well, I'd be interested in information that gets found out. But I don't want to keep you.
Yeah.
And as he gets up, he's got an envelope in his hand. You spot a phone number that's written on the outside of it, and he basically has it in his hand, and he kind of uses it to press himself up out of the booth, and then he walks away without the envelope.
Classic. That's a classic move right there. I will get the envelope. I'm not a pants envelope guy. I'm a soul envelope guy. So I can actually, unless there's a key in there, I can slip it into my shoe, because you always get issue with a little bit of extra room in Vegas in case of sand, you know.
Okay, it fits.
That's because he's a professional.
Yep. Well, he also needs to keep you a little hungry. It felt like just the right amount. Keep your interest, but you also know there's more.
It's also interesting to me to note that the mob is also invested in Crescent City as Crescent Casino, as though nobody has their finger in that pie already, which I file away as important information for later, because if people are acting like they don't know what's going on, that means either they're genuinely confused and concerned, or someone's trying to pull it over on my eye, and I'm not a lamb, but I'm not a mutton chop. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yep. Exactly what you're saying. Okay. You guys head out. You're able to take the Crown Vic over there. And you are checking out JT, I believe is what you...
Yeah, Don Theodotus.
Yep. Okay.
And I can't believe a mother stuck her baby with a name like that. Theodotus, what a name. Must be Greek Orthodox. Should have stayed in New York where he belonged.
Okay. All right.
I love you, Jesslyn.
Yeah.
I love you.
You get there. This would
So what's the
be.
setup look like?
This is what's the place look like?
Yeah.
Well maintained.
Yeah.
I mean, you worked this area. It was a while ago, and but I mean, yeah, everything's clean.
Would you say too clean?
No, it's
Perfect.
lived in. It's still
Can
lived in, but it looks like somebody regularly does go through and sweep up the place.
Weird role idea.
Yep.
It's not quite an investigation. It's kind of a psychology role to see how things like if there's a repetition pattern, if it looks like all the streets are like laid out in a grid pattern, but they're really laid out in a specific way that I can't quite see yet. But it's like how is this laid out kind of thing.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
Looking for like ley lines and such.
Yeah, go ahead and I would put that as I'd honestly put that as hard, which is 15.
Yeah.
But give it a shot.
I'm actually going to spend a PowerPoint on this because this is actually, psychology is not one of my better ones. So if I use one, then I get a distinction on it if I use a PowerPoint?
No, unfortunately, this is not something you really have a... Yeah. The spend PowerPoint to use stress, you don't want to have that checked.
Okay.
You don't really have I'm trying to think of what distinction you'd want to use, because to use the PowerPoint to step stuff up, you need to have a distinction that applies to it.
Could I use my vice? Actually, because I looked at the vice list and I thought envy would work for a former gangster that seems to have turned over a new leaf.
I'll let you use the con, because it's kind of how things are laid out, how you take control of places. So yeah, you can use you basically just keep track of it. So you turn the third one, like I just did it for you, into a distinction with a D12 on it.
Yeah. That's good, because people are learning, and so am I. Let's see if we can figure out what Cabinet of Dr. Caligari stuff is going on here.
Yep, so go ahead and click.
That didn't go. Oh, the distinction die was great. Everything else kind of bombed.
Well, no.
It's hard.
Actually, you did it. You got 15.
Oh. Even if I get a 1, like if I roll the lowest you can possibly roll, that doesn't negate everything?
Well, what a 1 does is a 1 typically gives you a complication. It can do a lot of stuff. A one can give you a complication if it makes sense, or it can start your stress going. So I'm going to say that this was actually kind of tough doing the math. And you got a little stress. So in the future, I'll roll an extra D4 to set the difficulty. So, but you did get it. Honestly, what the place is laid out for, these buildings are pretty old. The casino had, you got that from the dossier. The casino had changed hands about 5 years ago. These buildings back here were pre-existing before the renovations. But they it looks like it's all, there's been renovations allowing connecting the buildings to the actual Crescent Casino. And it looks like they've it looks like it's just very efficient.
Somebody read Henry Ford's autobiography, didn't they?
Yep. Including looking at the roof. I mean, there's the place where the people live has AC in it.
That's expensive.
Yeah, this is where the staff lives, and it's got air conditioning units in it.
Are we talking like a single window unit for the whole house, or how fancy is this 1960s AC?
To get the whole fan box outside type deal.
It's got fan boxes on the roof.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. So it's pretty fancy. For this. If he wasn't going to look for it, you really would have never figured it out. But Freddie was studying the place as you guys were walking up, and it's like those are AC units, and these places are connected, so they don't even have to walk outside in the sun and the heat. It looks awful nice for employee housing.
Yeah, they're not even using the carrier window boxes like we've got in my apartment complex. They've got top downs. I can't imagine how expensive this electricity bill is.
Tracy didn't even talk about the air conditioning.
Oh, well, that's gonna feel nice. All right, let's go talk to people.
All right, the three of you walk up to the door to JT's. Okay, you walk in the. It's kind of like an apartment building. It's got a lobby, and all you've got. I mean, you've got the address and the. Yeah, you've got the address and his apartment number.
Do they have somebody working at the front desk like a guard person?
Yeah, they do. Young kid. Teenager a bit. Hi. Can I help you?
Oh, what's going on, son? No, we're just here to meet some friends.
Oh, okay. I can call up. So you get so I can come down and meet you.
No, let's not bother them. They're kind of expecting us. Let's we know where we're going. Just point us to the elevators.
Oh, it's right over there, sir.
Appreciate you. Oh, by the way, what's the roulette table like here? Is it like has it been hot?
I don't know. I'm not allowed on the floor. I'm not 18 yet. Or I'm not.
Yeah, of course you're not. Of course you're not. You stay away from that stuff, all right? And he's gonna give him like a silver dollar or something. This is 50s right here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
As we're heading to the elevator bank, I'll lean over Dolly and go, if we need to get some information about the place, it wouldn't be a half idea to put on the old Tootsie Act and flirt with the kid a little bit. Maybe it'll give him a little bit of peacock syndrome.
It's been a minute since I've done something like that, but I'm sure that between the two of us, we could get some sort of information. If we need to.
If we need to. You're more of a looker than me. Don't tell anybody I told you. I said that, though. But you're definitely, between the two of us, you're definitely the looker.
Your secret's safe with me, darling.
I hope so.
All right. So you go up to you hit the button for the third floor.
So it's not.
It's a fancy, non-manned one.
Wow. So it didn't require a key either.
Nope.
To get into the elevator. So just any. So I kind of muttered to myself loud enough for people to hear. So any Johnny Law could come into the building at any time.
Yeah.
Yep. Goes up one floor. Somebody gets on. Hello. Woman. Basically, definitely a dancer. In the full costume. So you kind of have to shift to make sure that you're not swatted.
By the tail feathers and whatnot.
Yep. Yes. But
he's just
working hard or hardly working, sweetheart.
It's been a day. The convention's in town. But I told the girls I'd run over and check on things myself.
What kind of convention, man?
Gonna be honest, at a certain point, they all look the same. I'm pretty sure they're dentists. Because they were staring at my teeth a lot when I smiled. But I'm not sure.
I think it's just her award-winning smile.
Ah, Freddie, you're cute. Then it dings.
Don't you know it?
Then it dings in. It's your floor. She'd pushed the 5th floor button, and you guys are getting off on the 3rd.
Boom. Well, have
Maybe
a
I'll
good one.
see. Maybe I'll see you later, sweetheart. As I finger gun off the elevator.
Shameless flirt. Okay.
It's not shameless flirting. It's me being a showgirl aficionado. It's distinctive. I like having friends. It's not my fault.
He's in room 315, or he's in apartment 315. So,
of course, John's in 315.
Wow. Nope. I literally looked up and I needed a number, and I saw 315 on my computer. Anyways, now that we've gone biblical for a second, you go up and knock.
Yes. Boom.
How do you knock? Do you do the cop, bang, 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 or just a polite knock?
Oh, it's a polite. Right now, I'm just coming from cop to cop, just checking on my boy.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on a minute. You here?
Okay.
What were you saying?
I was actually going to go to Dolly and go, Nichols says this guy is dead in his apartment. Someone offed him already.
Okay.
Do you say that loud enough for me to hear?
No, just loud enough for Dahlia to hear. Just making like a side bet.
All right. A couple minutes later, a guy opens the door. In a robe. Can I help you?
What's going on? Does it look like John?
Yes. Yep.
All right. Well, what's going on, John? It's me. It's Burr.
Oh.
From Metro.
Yep. All right. Yeah.
What time is it?
He's got the look of a guy that, works the night shift.
Gotcha.
But he takes a look up and down Freddie. I
give him a wink.
And then then takes a look at Dahlia. Yeah, man. What do you need?
Yeah. The captain sent me down here. I was looking at the old crescent job you had, and noticed that you didn't really fill out a report. I just had a couple questions about the place. And how have you been?
All right. Tell you what. Come on in. I got guests, but I can get rid of them. Here. And he leads you into, this is actually a pretty big apartment. It's got a small bachelor style kitchen, but then it's got a dining room basically right attached to it. And that's where he leads you into.
Did you lift this off of Frankie from the Tender Trap? Look at this place. What a swanky bad you got here going on here.
I just have a seat. I'm gonna say goodbye to my guests, and
Alrighty.
I'll clear up whatever you need. Okay, so I'll probably put on some pants too. And he walks out of the room. Does anybody pay attention to what happens outside of this room?
Yeah, I'm not going to actually sit. I'm going to be like kind of doing that leisurely pace about the room.
Okay.
My third distinction is curiosity. So
Okay.
I just keep an ear. I figure someone's going to shoot this dude now that we're here, because there's no way they're not keeping an eyeball on us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Everybody give me a perception roll then. I'm gonna set the honestly the number you get will determining it can go anywhere from easy to challenging, which is 11.
all right, and I'd like to use my curiosity distinction
Yes, that fully fits.
because I'm nosy.
Yep.
Oh, I really should be using distinctions. Here, can I use my law enforcement distinction on this?
Sure. That would fit for you doing the walk around.
See, a 9. A 9's not too bad.
I'll just roll a d8, so I'll get a 2.
2. Okay.
Could have had a D8.
Okay. So, let's see. With the difficulty. So, Burr, you're not. You got a 7. So, you'll be able to pick up some of what's happening, as will. But Dahlia, a showgirl walks down the hall. She's clearly wearing a dress that she wore. Yeah, she's clearly wearing a dress, but she's not fully made up or anything like that. So she's walking past. She, nods and gives you a smile. You may have seen her around. You don't know. And then just as you figure what's expecting, another showgirl walks down the hallway, and she sees that she's been caught, because she was like trying to sneak out, and she sees that you caught her, and she just gets this mortified look on her face, like she's so embarrassed that she did this, and you can just start to see the waterworks starting as she runs out the door. So,
Dahlia, you got to make sure these younger kids know, don't wear Valentinos when you're trying to sneak out. They always make it harder to sneak out.
Or let them know there's nothing to be ashamed of.
They got to learn that themselves, though. Yeah, they got to learn that themselves. Though. It's more like mechanically. If you're wearing the Valentinos, it takes you longer to get out of the room.
But you rolled a 1, which is called a hitch. So you gain a plot point. But I'm going to. What?
Dahlia, are you blonde, Dahlia? Like your hair color and character?
Sure.
Wouldn't it then be a Hitchcock? A Hitchcock if she's blonde in the 1960s?
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Reb, if you're watching. Sorry, kind of a little bit.
So rather than give you a complication, I'm just going to up your stress a little bit. Okay. So but a minute right after she kind of um goes, and at which point you guys, you all three of you know what just happened and what just left. He comes back wearing a pair of trousers, um, and buttoning up his shirt fully.
Mm.
Dahlia?
Ooh,
Well, actually, yeah. To anybody who looks at him, um, he's in good shape. I mean, like, you know,
better shape than when he left the force.
yeah, you'd think so.
Huh.
I just give him another wink.
Yep. So what can I do for you?
My bad, John. Didn't mean to.
Oh,
I
it
didn't.
was no. They gotta go get ready, and they got normal lives. It's not like I won't see them later on tonight, and we can connect up again. Don't worry about it, man. It's one of the fringe benefits. You make a lot of friends.
Okay. All right. So how's the dental plan?
Excellent. Are you kidding me? That's what sold me on the place. This side of my mouth had not been right since since I got hit with the brick. Man,
That was a terrible day.
yep. No, that was
Didn't
awful.
Lenny like slip and bust his shit too? Bust his stuff too?
Yep. But no, they rebuilt it. No, this is no. The dental's great.
All right. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. So yeah, what happened? Like you Chapman and Moss all just up and quitting and shacked up here.
At a point, well, between us, I mean, off the record,
Of course, he like puts his little notebook away, steps down into his pocket.
we infiltrated the place and liked it. We liked what we were doing. Um, we weren't going to be. It didn't, and we got offered. We got offered jobs.
Oh really?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm doing. We're all doing a security. No, and it didn't feel right to go write up, a report. We hadn't seen anything, so there was nothing to report.
I do a body language role, essentially. Like,
Yep. Yeah, that would include there. I'm gonna that you're actually gonna have to give me a second. I'm gonna set the difficulty.
all right.
That,
I'm pretty good at body language, but I don't have a distinction for it. So,
that would be the con.
oh, all right. I'll need all the help I can get because I'm still like a little skeeved out by the air conditioning on top of the building, and everything's too shiny happy here. Something's too glossy.
Okay. Um, okay. Go ahead and roll yours. Okay. You're trying to read if there's anything strange. You got a 17 on yours. I got a 19 on mine.
Hmm. And my 17 would have been essentially a -4 anyways because I have the stress. So
Oh, you're right. Well, that was my mistake, actually. What I should have done, what I normally, it wouldn't be -4. It would be, I roll an extra D4. So,
okay.
so this would be it. So, okay. So that extra D4 would have been a 2. So that wouldn't have mattered. So yeah. So yeah, you 17. I got 19 and a D8. And man, uh he beats you. And since my effect die was a D8, which is equal or higher to your stress, it's going to up your stress.
It's a bad day for me.
Hmm. Yeah, he's kind of frustrating reading this guy.
He's got better cufflinks than I do, and I'm angry about it.
Yes, actually, that is one thing. This place is nicer than anybody's, than any of yours.
Uh, he's like, he looks him up and down. It's like the fashion, like the abs. Like you think after retiring, you would have put on some pounds. What'd you do? Stop eating the pasta?
Dude, this place has steak. I mean, yeah, they don't know how to do pasta. That I will admit, but they can cook a mean steak.
Oh, they no pasta, like no garlic bread either.
Garlic bread, they're okay on, but
Okay.
but yeah, they got some strange ideas about pasta, all twisty and stuff like that. But anyways,
Okay.
yeah, I mean that's essentially it. The other two will work at physical security, so I mean I can have them call you if you want, but that's why
Yeah,
there's no
I mean,
report.
I'm supposed to take this one over here to see her friend. So I'm sure I'll run by them if they're working.
Mm-hmm. So you three are the new task force?
I don't know if you call us a task force. I mean, like I'm the only cop here, man.
I'm more of a pre-interview candidate. If you have any tips for the interview potentially for the casino here, I like to keep my options open.
Well, yeah, hell, like sitting in the air conditioning all day. You don't have to chase street punks down out in the hot sun. Call girls all around you. And shit, hell, I might.
They're not call girls; they're show girls. Call girls are a different thing, different shoes.
Different shoes. All right. I see a lot of shoes around this place.
He takes a pointed look at your shoe, Freddie.
My fabulous wingtips? Yeah.
Yep. Well, the shoe you put the envelope in. And well, just be honest. It's a nice place to work.
Yeah, we've been hearing that from all the people on the street. They've been complimenting the casino quite well, so definitely intrigued.
All right. Well, that's all. I got a couple of things I got to do before I got to watch the floor tonight.
All righty.
Do you know who is at the convention today?
Oh, yes. The convention. Ortho something.
Donist?
Yes, that's it. Orthodontists.
Alrighty.
Generally, those groups are reasonable. And they got money, so that makes it easy.
So you haven't had any kind of roughnecks or any kind of scuffles or anything while you've been here?
It's a casino. You're gonna have that, but nothing outrageous. We keep a close eye on the floor and make sure people don't get themselves into trouble.
Oh yeah, and who runs this place? Like, who signs your checks?
The Crescent Hotel.
I mean, like, you don't have a manager?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got a manager, sure. Carol McCormick is head of security.
Carol? Alrighty. Like,
Yeah,
so,
nice lady. It's kind of different working for a woman, but
all right.
It works.
I like saying yes, ma'am, as much as the next guy.
Ain't that the truth?
All right. Yeah. All right. So, like, you got any tips for me? Like, what is she like? In case I run into her and I'm trying to get set up here.
If you're trying to get set up here, just be honest. They like having cops. I'll work here. We tend to know the law a little bit better and know how to and have an eye for watching things.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for your time. You stay good. All right, Freddie. I mean, yeah, you too, Freddie. You stay good, but you stay good, John. All right.
Yep.
I don't know. I can't be as swell as our friend over here with your two lady friend callers at the same time.
Gentleman never tells. And he sees
And
the
then
three of you to the
what
door.
does that ever matter to you? Like, what does that ever counted towards you, man? Never been a gentleman.
He shows the three of you to the door.
All right, much love to you.
Okay. Good to see you. So you head to Tracy's?
Yeah. Or you know where Tracy stays?
You've got her address.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you bump into a couple people, look like, a couple people dressed as casino dealers, another showgirl.
As we head to Tracy's, if we have like a spot of time where I can be kind of in the back of the group so the other two can't see me and we don't come across anyone, I'm going to move the envelope from the shoe it's in to like a pocket.
Okay.
Because definitely if they know about the shoe thing, I'm just going to have to keep moving it, just plausible deniability being what it is.
Okay. All right. That is not a problem. I'm gonna hand wave that you're able to do that.
Yeah. Can I also spend my other because we got up to 3 power points, right?
Yep.
What is the mechanic for spending power points to get rid of stress? Does it have to be with the roll, or can it just be the more I'm here, the less stressed I get?
You can get rid of it when you get a roll. And it'll go away as you guys leave us, and it'll shift down a little bit as you leave a scene.
Okay.
Out
of character, I definitely thought that guy was going to be murdered after he left the room. Like, definitely thought we were going full film noir there for a moment. I was like, murder, it's going to happen.
Okay. All right. You get to Tracy's apartment.
Is there anything we need to know about Tracy? She didn't have like a glass eye or or anything like that, does she?
No, she's got a 4-year-old son. That's about it.
Oh, okay, cool beans. See, I mean, like, I got to know about those things ahead of time. Otherwise, I'll just be staring at it the whole time. Never mind.
I wonder if we'll meet Tracer. We'll meet this babysitter service they got here, apparently. So what kind of kiddo is he? Is he a short stack that's all about baseball? Is he a short stack for music? Is he working up to count cards, being a card shark? Do you know anything about the short stack?
He likes to run around a lot. He's one of those kids. He doesn't sit still too often. So maybe he'll be one of those football players that I've been hearing so much about.
You know, if you run around too much, you start eating those cornflakes. That'll even you out. That's what they say.
I have heard that. Yeah, that Dr. Kellogg, he might be onto something.
I mean, after Ford, all those doctors, you got to give them a little bit of benefit of a doubt until they prove you wrong.
Spoiler alert, Dr. Kellogg was a terrible person.
Yeah.
No, yeah, spoiler alert. Not even a spoiler, he was terrible. The Kellogg thing is it's supposed to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You knock on the door. And a guy answers it, wearing a looks like a dealer's outfit or dealer clothing or uniform. That's the word I'm looking for. Third rise a charm. Yes.
I'm looking for my girl Tracy.
Sure. Just 1 second. In fact, actually, I got to go to my shift. Hey, Tracy, friend of yours is here. You'll just excuse me. She'll be here in a second. And he steps out, closes the door, and then makes his way down the stairs.
What time is it in game right now?
Believe you.
Apparently, it's hookup time in game.
I know, right? Is it like
everybody's having like afternoon delight or something going on?
Yeah.
So much romance.
This is what happens when you have air conditioning. Like no one has to worry.
Wow. This is what happens when you have air conditioning. You're blaming air conditioning.
This is the kind of quality content you can expect from Rem Alternis and Rem Alternis Productions.
Okay. A couple seconds later, oh, Delia! And she comes out and gives you a big hug. Oh, wow. I didn't, it's been, how long's it been? A month?
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks, and I was just thinking about how you were talking about how great this place was, and I wanted to come check in on you and Junior and just see how things were going.
Oh, come on in. You and, hey, Freddie.
Hey, I didn't want to be rude and assume you remember who I am, but it's nice to see you again.
Hang on 1 second. It's my turn. And there's this like play area. Okay, I got all of them. And it's you come into the place, and there is there's an area that's like sunk down, like 3 steps down, where there is a bunch of kids playing. And you can see going down a hallway, a bunch of doorways off of it. and you see one of the doorway opens up, some steam comes out of it, and a woman in a bathrobe and her hair up in a towel walks out and goes down and goes into one of the rooms from there. And Tracy leads you into a kind of sitting area. It's got a view of the kids. So you're interested in coming here?
Yeah, I might be. And I just found out that you've got fancy roof air conditioning and everything.
Oh yeah, it's gotten to the point where I've gotten used to it. I didn't mention that. Wow, I'm so used to it. It's just normal.
Well, I certainly understand. You don't have to apologize to me for anything like that.
No, it's this place is great. You could see the living arrangements. I mean, yeah, okay. We're sharing a space with effectively five. I'm sharing a space with five other parents. But kids have always got somebody, and if not, there's babysitter comes in. No, but for the single ladies, it's the place is really good, and I assume you're interested in security. Looking over at Burr.
Yeah. I mean, possibly.
They,
I'm trying to get one of these sweet setups my guy has across the way. But I got a couple more months before I can start collecting my pension.
Oh,
and then I'll get double incomes. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get that.
Yep.
Trying to get that money.
No, that it works. A lot of the security guys are retired cops. Works out really good. Yeah, and they depending on where you fall in there, some of the apartments are pretty Spartan. But the ones who stuck in long enough to retire, they usually got a pretty nice place.
Hey, there's nothing like having the city pay for your digs, right?
Yeah. But no, I can't. I mean, do you have any questions?
So, what's the catch? This is like a too good to be true kind of situation. And my mom always told me that if something's too good to be true, it's either bad or it's not true.
Or it's Freddy.
Well, she didn't know about you, Freddie, so she couldn't talk to that.
It's true.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the catch is. I mean, well, okay, actually, there is. The when I got hurt, I did, high kick, new girl stepped the wrong direction, went down, hamstring. It was awful. So pharmaceutical reps were coming through, and one was nice enough to help me out, to take the edge off the pain. Doctor, this doctor has spotted that so fast. And I was told in no uncertain terms that that's not, that, they will take care of their people. They do not, to not do something like that again. No going outside, no going outside the company for medical care, and no drugs. So, I mean, if you got a bad habit, you'll get kicked out quick.
So wait, you're saying that they never let you guys outside?
Oh, I mean, I can leave. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, trust me. He's got, he goes to school. I go to pick him up sometimes. But otherwise, yeah, no, we can leave and we can stop working. It's just I won't get another deal like this. The child care loan is this, and I mean that I don't have to worry about some. I mean, I've had to bring him to work for me in the past, and somebody was always there to watch. But one time she was so strung out, she couldn't. I mean, it was dangerous. That was how I lost. I lost a job because I couldn't leave her with. I couldn't leave him with her. The they just no they it's I can't quite say family, but it's just a community. But yeah,
What kind of
Takes a village.
contract do you sign when you work here? Did you sign away for? Is it a year trial, a 3 month, or are you here until you don't want to be, or anymore?
I think it was 3 months. 3 months I agreed, but that was to get a particular signing bonus, which yeah, that varies with a signing bonus because that helps you get rid of any past debt. Like I owed some back rent. And that let me get um and that let me get, pay the stuff so I could get my stuff out of my apartment. And they were nice enough. A couple of the off-duty security guys came by, and my landlord was very polite.
Yeah, I remember that you had that one landlord once, if I remember correctly, that tried to say you were burning a hole in the rug, and didn't take too kindly to that. So it's
Yeah.
nice you got a nice new place here.
No, this is great. And but no, I could quit tomorrow. I'd be a fool, but I could quit tomorrow.
I don't know. You meet Mr. Right, you never know.
I'm too young for that. I'm having fun.
But Tracy, girls like us, you have to retire at some point. So what happens after that?
Well, first off, look at me. And she points to her, I swear they've gotten better since I got here. That's not makeup. But yeah, no, I got to start thinking about it. But I guess I've just been kind of enjoying the ride for a bit. And there's talk of there's talk of some stuff that we can do beyond when we age out from doing this, but I don't know, I'm feeling great. I swear. Doing much better than when I got here. feels like I could dance for another 20 years.
So you're telling me that they gave you some pills or an IV or injection, some kind of medicine that is reversing your aging process, even firming up your tits. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me right now?
No, they're not giving me any pills.
Oh, well, okay.
No, I mean, I get regular exams. I think it's just the eating regular, the not worrying about, where my son is. No. If I got in trouble when I took some pills from that guy, then that's if you want to get fastest way to get tossed out of here is to offer one of the girls drugs.
Okay. And then like these exams, do they draw your blood and like infuse your blood or anything like that?
No, they do. Yeah, they do the normal. They test more thoroughly than anybody else, but yeah, they just
See, typically when I go get an exam, they just hold them and tell me to cough and do the whole like ear dealing, like it. So it's more it's more involved than that.
no, it's a normal physical. They got some different machines that I haven't seen anywhere else, but I'm told they're cutting edge.
Interesting.
So do you got a? So who's your showgirl mother? Are you the mother now?
I work for Pamela Quinn. That's who you want to talk to, Dahlia. If you want, just in the main, go to the front desk, and just say you want to apply for a job, and you can put down what it's for, and it should get routed to Pamela Quinn, and that I recommended you, and I'm pretty sure you'll get in quick.
Do you have to do the exam before you get the job?
Not unless you've got something wrong. Like in my case, I know I've known girls who've come here after they pulled something, gotten a job, and then they got the physical therapy and stuff beforehand. But no, I think it was something where it was like a couple weeks in, got the exam. And I could have scheduled it earlier. They just asked when the last time I saw a doctor was, and it'd been the birth of my son. So they wanted to schedule something. They say
Do they got one of them Asian fellas doing things with little needles I keep hearing about?
No.
Just want to try the needle thing.
Oh, acupuncture?
That's what it's called. The needle. Yeah, the one with the needle where they poke you a lot. Yeah.
That was.
I'm like, are you doing like a drug stereotype type thing? Like, what you doing?
No, that wasn't what it was.
So, hey, I've got to get ready for work. Do you need anything else?
Oh, I certainly don't want to make you late. No, it was really nice catching up with you, though. Thank you.
It was great catching up with you, too. Well, I mean, like I said, put in an app. I'll say something. I'll put in a word for you with Pamela first.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
All right. Great seeing you. Nice meeting you too. Wow. Freddie and I had already met, but with Freddie, it's a new experience each time.
You're welcome. I gotta keep you on your toes, just like you keep me on mine. Let's go out for a coffee sometime.
Appreciate your time, man. Just before I go, like, do you guys all only ever eat steak or something?
No.
Okay.
Oh, man, no. That would be awful.
Okay, cool. But all the food is provided by the hotel, right? Do they have like a on-site growing program or anything? Like,
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I never talked to anybody from the kitchens.
all right, sounds good. Don't let us keep you. Much love to you. And then he's going to head out first and let Dahlia do her thing. So that's a friend or what.
Right. Yeah. She gives you a hug. It was great seeing you, and hopes that you come here. It would be great to hang out more often.
Yeah, it's very tempting. So, but I'll see you soon regardless.
And now would be an excellent time for you to type in REMPC so that you can get a chance to get Power Plays, a physical book of Power Plays, the corporate information book for Shadowrun 6.
Do you have to do the hashtag in it, or can you just type in
hashtag
REMPC?
helps? Yes, it makes it stand out more. Wow. Not okay. I shouldn't reach chat. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes, folks.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols. in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Spell. She's just spell like 92 times. Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
And we're back. The behind the scenes chat was getting interesting, so I decided it would be best if we streamed it and shared it with everybody. So you three have gotten a feel for the casino a bit. I'm gonna hand wave, and you're able to walk around and go ahead and give me a perception roll. And add whatever distinction you want to give it a flavor.
Okay, I find it very weird that like both of these people retired from their professions, started shacking up here, and then just are starting to regress in age. So I'm trying to like look at like what they're eating and like see if there's like any crazy additives or whatnot that's like
okay
making people stronger and faster and tighter or whatever that there's going on here.
All right, well go ahead and give me the Chris. This is I knew you were going to be looking at the food. It's just you.
all day it's me.
No.
Boo. And then it's distinction which is a D8. Boom. Yep. So got a 14.
D8. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot to put the distinction in the first time, so I just rolled them.
Well, actually, you add up to 2 bets, so that's a 9. Whereas that's a 10.
Oh, 10. Gotcha.
And I'll
So
wait for the
while we're walking around,
Yep.
I'm starting to paint a picture of what management is like. So I'm specifically kind of watching how people enjoy themselves in the casino, not just the staff, but the people that are. Does it look like they are not cutting people off when they get too inebriated, but how much of that idealism and perfection, the weird mix of celebration, and it feels a little Bible thumpy to me. Like, how much are they letting people indulge here, and how much does the idea of this like kind of utopian society start to filter into the customers as well as the.
Okay.
Yeah. That didn't do well at all.
You did as well as I did.
I started really strong, and I've slowly descended into not rolling well at all for a character I built to be specifically social. All right.
Okay.
We're living and learning.
All right.
Probably something in the air conditioning. It's something in the air. Never trust air conditioning. You don't know what it's coming from.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're able to all right. Jen, what did you rolling?
Yeah, so I'm gonna roll and I'm gonna use my curiosity distinction.
Okay.
And just sort of looking for doors that are locked that are weird that they're locked kind of thing. She's really interested in the weird medical machines.
Okay.
Because there's so much other like cutting edge technology here with like the air conditioning and the breezeways and all that sort of stuff that is just adds like another layer of like she wants to know what all the secrets are and what all the answers are, which is why she was a good CI, because she will tell you everybody's business once she knows it. So
feel free to
I would
use
like to
social
say-
instead of mental for perception then.
Okay.
I would like to say, out of character, air conditioning window units were new in the 1940s, so it really is a big deal to have them on top of the roof. Like, that is cutting edge technology in the 60s.
Yeah. My mom living in South Carolina had a single window unit for her family home that had 6 humans in it, and it was in one room, and you closed all the other doors so that the den would stay cool.
You lived in the one room for 3 months of the year.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I love your curiosity distinction. I'm going to start thinking about how I can incorporate that into my role.
Okay. All right. As you're all wandering around, so Burr.
Yes, sir.
You're able to wander around the food specifically. You end up following a tray of refreshments into a meeting room.
All right.
Nobody says anything or anything, but they got, people are getting, cups of coffee. They got a big, one of the big, coffee dispensers. People are getting cups of coffee, cookies, and going and having a seat. Do you enjoy
Are they
it?
in like those little Any little cups with the lids on them, like the to go cups?
No, these are actual ceramic cups.
Okay.
They wouldn't have to. Historical fact. They wouldn't have to go delivery coffee cups until about 5 years after, when we're likely. Delivery didn't start until the mid '60s, so they wouldn't have to go coffee cups yet.
But no, these are actual ceramic. You know, I mean, they're not fancy, but they're they're mugs. They hold the hot coffee so it doesn't pour on your lap, and they got a good solid handle that your fingers fit in.
Ready.
And-
Yeah, I'll grab a cup.
Okay.
I'll grab a couple cookies or a donut or two. I'm looking for a donut stick. One of those ones where you dip it in the coffee. And
Yep. There is.
Grab a couple of those,
Huh?
and then I just kind of like take a cursory glance around. Is there anything like weird or odd standing out?
It's like chairs, folding chairs set up in like a basically an aisle down the middle, and then probably 4 or 5 on each side of the aisle, and like 6 rows of that. So about probably about max you could have in here is somewhere around 30 people, and it does have a podium up front, and there is a guy up there.
Are there any like signs or anything like conference or
Nope, no
writers
signs.
tomorrow? Okay.
No signs. Nope, just that guy, and he says, "Hey, everyone, why don't you have a seat, and we'll get the meeting started." And somebody says to you, "First time?"
Yeah, to be honest, yeah, I'm here for the coffee and donuts. Like what? Yeah, what is this place?
Don't worry. Have a seat. Come on. He kind of ushers you over to a seat.
Okay.
All right. And then it takes a second, but you realize that this is a Gamblers Anonymous meeting.
It was a setup from the beginning.
And the person next to you goes, Don't get up. It's just, you don't have to talk. Nobody makes you talk the first time. You wouldn't be in here if you didn't need it. So it's worth listening. Just listen. Yeah, it's pretty much a meeting about controlling your urge to over gamble. Now I don't honestly know if it existed back then, but there is. But basically, that's what's happening in here.
The classic archetypal 12-step meeting for, I think AA was the first one, started in 1935. Okay. So it probably took time to get out west, so it's probably still a relatively new thing. But yeah, interesting that they've got a Gamblers Anonymous meeting happening in a casino.
Yeah.
Seems kind of like a trap. I don't know.
Yeah. But that's, and a couple people get up, talk about stuff, and apparently they've got something here where you're not actually. Give me a Give me an investigation and gambler with a gambler distinction and mental.
This is where they sacrifice you to Dr. Bill.
Investigation. So, okay, perception and distinction. So I got a 7.
Yep.
I can totally be stressed because I feel ambushed as hell right now.
Yeah.
If you
No,
want.
that's pretty much, yeah. It's, yeah. This is, yeah, you get a stress, and it doesn't quite make sense what they're talking about. You can't, doesn't quite make any sense to you.
Yeah, because I don't have a problem.
Right.
It's not for me. I've been trying to tell everybody.
So Freddie.
That's me.
You're looking around at the.
I'm doing what I do best. Sorry, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead. Tell me what you do.
I'm more or less kind of like sliding in and out clumps of people. I bought myself a drink so I look like natural. I'm basically just trying to figure out if this is going like weird 1950s, if this is going into like the world of Nala, which was a 1950s sci-fi book about immortality and perfection. That was fairly popular at the time. So I'm trying to figure out if this is like a proto utopia Jesus sci-fi type of thing or not.
It's kind of got some of the signs. I mean, everything's working well.
Yeah, everything is working well in a casino in Vegas in the 1960s, but it's not being run by the mob as far as I can tell, which stumps me because they really like being involved in the greasing of the wheels.
Yeah. I mean, and it just you get a plot point because this place just doesn't. It's yeah, everything, like I said, everything just works. Your stress is peaking a little bit because as a result of that one.
I'm not the best dressed person in here, and that's a problem.
Well, yes,
but that's
the other
just
part,
not
yes.
something I can deal with. Shoot, if only I had made like my technology better or something, I could like test the air, but my medicine is my worst trait, so I can't even like test the air. There's something I feel like I'm missing, but I don't know what I'm supposed to be asking for in order to figure out what it is I'm missing.
I mean, pretty much at this point, like I said, walking around, everything works right in the place. You also see things like, cocktail waitresses, pausing and like talking to the customers. One of them, this is what really one guy seems upset. He's kind of lost he put his last bit into one of the one-armed bandits, and he's upset. And this cocktail waitress kind of sachets up, pulls a coin out of her bosom, and kisses it, and then says, "Here's one pull on me for luck, darling." smiles sweetly at the guy, and drops the coin in and walks away. He's following her, pulls the lever absentmindedly, and then he wins. Doesn't win big, but probably he wins what he walked in here for with. Back.
Breaks even.
Probably, yeah. It's tough to be sure.
So I'm gonna take a risk. I just had this idea. This is probably the worst idea I've had since Panabon decided to like test the gem in the cave and drop the big cage down on him. I'm going to use my fashion forward distinction kind of for ill. I want to test these waters and see what happens when I get a little messy and see who approaches me. Like I'm gonna put a coin in the machine, but I'm not gonna put it in. I'm gonna. Because they don't have cameras around, so I could do this. So I'm gonna kind of put it in fully, but I'm gonna make it very obvious that I'm like trying to cheat. Like writing that line between trying to get caught and trying to I'm trying to be devious about it. Like this is my first day trying to I want to see what happens when I mess the water up a little bit here.
Okay. All right. I will get back to you with that in a second. Jen? Okay. So you're walking around trying like I said, looking how the place operates. You've been in enough casinos and places like this. You know how they operate and what's strange and what's not. One thing that tips you off immediately that's kind of strange. That do you see that same thing that Freddie saw? The bit with the cocktail waitresses. They're all kind of acting like a little bit like floor bosses do in terms of just keeping an eye on everybody. And you even see them, you see one bring a guy a cup of coffee. A guy who's obviously inebriated a cup of coffee. And then she sits down with him. The idea being is that, here, share a cup of coffee with a pretty girl. She gets him to drink it. Problem is, she ain't making tips on that cup of coffee, so it doesn't quite make sense. You do manage to make and kind of slip your way through the place. You're after seeing stuff like that, you do end up in the doctor's office. There, and your effect dice is a D8, and that's enough for you happen to walk in there when the receptionist is taking a break. So, there is it looks like there is an examination. And the door is slightly ajar. Do you take a look?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, your curiosity. Yep.
Yeah.
It's it looks like your guess would be one of the dealers. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have the look of somebody you hire for security. And he's definitely not a dancer. But you see him, the doctor in there. There's some weird shifting lights that are coming from a device in the doctor's hands. It seems like the person being examined has fallen asleep. You could see the regular, rising of his chest and such. But he seems to be, waving it. This weird colored lights over his hand. And then you see him take this plate down. No, not plate, sorry. This big flat section on an arm and put it over this guy's chest. And the image that's displayed on there, first you see through his clothes. Then you see through his skin. And then you see an image of a 20-year smoker lungs pop up. It's like it's a TV, but it's so, we're talking like it's like that thin, and it's way too light. But you could see the image change as if somebody is as if somebody's, I'm trying to think how to describe it to somebody from 1960. But I think I'm going to need a mental roll.
All right.
A mental technology. And this is just to see how you handle what looks completely scary. Complete sci-fi stuff. So if you could think of a distinction that would fit with.
You know what they say about curiosity.
Or you could use curiosity and hinder it down to a D4.
Yeah, I thought about that. He had already rolled, but I'll go ahead and roll the D4 as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Worth it.
Okay.
One of us should survive this. Might as well be you.
But I got a hitch on my distinction where I took a D4.
Yep. Okay. All right. So this was pretty scary. You didn't quite roll high enough to avoid that. And staggering backwards, you pick up you bump into something making noise, and you see the guys the doctor's head spin around. And by spin around, I don't mean his shoulders don't move. So kind of like an owl can do.
I was going to ask for that clarification.
Yep. Nope. Kind of like an owl can do. And instead of giving you stress, instead of giving you stress, I'm going to give you a complication of a D6. They know you know.
Dun, dun, dun.
So what do you do at that point?
Absolutely run away.
Okay.
So I run and I go try to find the rest of my party.
Oh, that's a good way to do that.
Are you like screaming as you do it, or are you just running?
Yeah, you tell me, Tom.
I would say you're close enough that you're running, which is obvious enough, but I don't think you're screaming.
Okay.
If she runs past the GA room,
yep,
I'm gonna use that as the perfect excuse to get up out of this place. Because
okay, so back to
Not until
Freddy.
they have you singing Mr. Booze.
Yeah.
So back to Freddy. So you're basically trying to cheat, trying to make a spectacle of yourself a bit.
I want to get caught cheating just to see it. One, if security gets involved. Two, if it doesn't, what happens?
Okay. Okay. As you're trying to muck with it, one of the cocktail girls does come by, giving you a free complimentary cocktail.
Oh, that's so wonderful of you.
Hun, this is how you do it. And she tries to guide you through the proper way to put the money in, and then pull the arm and tries to walk you through it. How do you this here? You don't. No, this never works.
I'm coming in from Salt Lake City. You know, I just graduated from school, and I just thought I've heard such wonderful things about the casino, so I thought I'd give it a try here. You know?
Yeah, no, I've got a moment. I can show you how to properly play the machine, so you have some fun.
Oh, I appreciate that. I love having fun. Do you like to have fun?
Darling, it's Vegas. Everybody likes to have fun.
This is the nicest casino I've been into. I went into another one. It had it had the Tropicana logo on it or something, or it's sponsored by orange juice. I don't really know. But yeah, this casino is much nicer, much cleaner.
Well, we pride ourselves on the place. Tell you what, hun, I'm and you also get a plot point.
Well, thank God, because I can't get much more anxious. At some point, I'm just gonna faint dead. I keep accruing.
Yeah.
If I keep accruing stress, I'm just gonna faint.
And you get a complication.
It's because I'm from Salt Lake City. That's the complication.
The complication is a target.
Now I'm picturing Freddie Two Tone as like Matthew Lillard since he's now like an SOC punk.
Hun, how about tell you what? Here, I'm about to take my break. Why don't I could show you some. I could show you what I like to do for fun.
Yeah, I'd love that. You know, we just like to have fun in Salt Lake City, but it's so different. You know, it's a little more risky, and I like it. So yeah, I'd love to see what you have going on for fun.
All right, darling. Well, here, let's find a character.
I'll take a Rita Hayworth type if you have like a Rita Hayworth on loan. if I'm gonna be seduced, then I might as well be by a Rita type.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Go ahead and give me a. Wow.
Okay.
Give me a social role to resist being manipulated.
Okay. Well, I'm good at social, so we'll see what happens here.
Well, I mean, you could see right there. I got a 7, and
Yeah.
I got a 1. So,
but at least I'm playing to my strength because I'm going to use my social.
Yep.
And then my public, which are like my 2 influenced. So
Yep.
I have a shot at this, which is something.
Yep. And you can toss in your con distinction if you want, because she is trying to con and manipulate you.
Yes. So might as well. Let's see what happens. No whammies. That was not good.
Wow.
You know, I said I like Cortex Prime, but I'm starting to change my mind if it's going to be this difficult for me.
I mean,
because if I play the Letterkenny world and I get my head smashed in, that's it for me in Letterkenny.
Well, I'm going to be honest. You are, you do beat me, even if you just use your 8 and your 1, so that you can retain your attribute as an effect die of D10. You do beat me. However, that distinction is now, Freddie, you are basically turning her into an asset.
Ooh.
I don't know if I don't know what an asset really is.
What an asset basically is it's an extra die you can tap into. So that's where the extra die would be. So
I love that. I love having friends on the inside.
Right.
That's how I got in the mob the first time.
So as part of procuring that D10 asset, which is actually pretty awesome, you also have a D8 compromising position complication, which we'll get into in a second.
Cool. At least I didn't have to see some guy spin his head around in an X-ray room. Yeah. So, I feel like I'm up on the leg there.
Dahlia, you're being chased.
Checks out.
Yep. Chris, give me a notice roll, or give me a perception roll.
Alrighty. Yeah. Yeah.
That's nice. That's a nice roll.
15.
Yeah, you've got your head on a swivel, Yeah, basically, yeah, that puts it past hard. But you do see Dahlia run past the door and then see somebody else basically chasing her.
Like, is this like a big dude, a lady? Like,
Doesn't look like a secure. Doesn't look like a. Doesn't look. He has a professional look to him, as in professional, as in doctor, lawyer, that type of thing. The
Okay.
shoes and the slacks are of that caliber.
all right. Speaking of calibers, like, is there anything in his hands?
Not. Yes. It. You only see him for a second, but there is a device. There is something in his hand that's black.
All right. Pull out the 1911. No, the Lord's gun, and then
And you're running.
And he's running, and so he's like, "Hey, stop!"
Okay.
That took a turn. That took a very quick turn.
Okay. You charge out into the casino with a gun drawn.
I'm like, "Halt, Metro!"
Oh man.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and give me a move roll.
I like to move it. Use my distinction. Boom. Yeah, okay. Got a 14.
Okay.
No matter how you swipe.
Wow. Okay. Dahlia, you hear this booming voice. The guy was actually catching up to you. You're not quite sure why his legs were working, but yeah, he was catching up to you. And then you hear this booming voice of Furs behind you saying, Metro, freeze. And you hear an immediate gasp of everybody. Do you keep trying to put as much distance, or do you turn around?
I'll turn around. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to leave my new friend in the lurch like that.
Okay. All right. You see the guy. And Chris, you watch this guy recover, and it just doesn't look right. You made him stumble and fall, but then he stands back up. But
take a closer look at his hands.
Yeah, joints. Well, you take a look at his hands, and you see his finger move on this. It's this kind of block type thing, and you see his finger move on it.
I was just like a Rubik's cube, or like an elongated rectangle,
or like a Cyberman, like a Doctor Who 60s Cyberman when they were just like tinfoil.
Yeah, it was an elongated rectangle.
Drop the gun, scumbag! What?
Okay. You see a light come out of it, and you hear a click as this light hits you in the eyes.
It's just I'm assuming there's a gun light on it or something. Like it's a gun light and he's flashing in my face.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a fight roll.
How close am I to this display of testosterone?
Got a 10. Oh, I should probably use my distinction on that here.
Yes,
Here's a D8.
you would want to use your distinction.
14.
Okay. I'm upping your stress. Because of it, but that guy you blow a hole in his chest. You hit him center mass. The difference is you literally blow the hole through his chest. He's not thrown backwards.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, he's not thrown backwards, and it's just literally standing there with a hole.
And like he's still standing, just chilling.
Yeah. John?
Don't like that.
Yeah, you heard the gunfire go off?
It's true.
She had pulled you aside into a storage room, and she was very flexible.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. Yeah. But then you hear a loud pistol shot go off, and a whole bunch of people screaming.
I'll go. Stay here. Stay where it's safe. I'm a man. I'll protect you. And then I'm gonna run out the door.
Okay, yeah. Okay. You run out the door to see this guy standing there with a big hole in his chest, looking down at it. And Burr,
I knew it was the Mormons. I don't say that out loud, but
and Burr standing there.
Get it? Because holy, it's whole.
Oh gosh. And people are starting to run away. Burr, what do you do?
Oh, I don't have my radio, do I? No. Okay. So I'm still like pointing the gun at the dude. Is he still just standing there? Does it look like it's face him at all? Does he still have if he still has the gun and whatnot, if he's still standing, I'll mag dump him, I guess. Like
you'll what? I don't know.
Mag dump him. I will dump the mag into this man.
You're just gonna keep shooting. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this is what modern policing is, right? Just
make sure you don't shoot the hole again, because you don't get a prize for shooting through something.
Yeah, true story.
Okay.
I put the remaining 6 rounds right in the same hole. It's like I was John jinxed me.
It's the opposite of the thing you were supposed to do. Yeah. What did I just say?
What can I say? But I am too accurate.
Yeah. I'm just gonna once you're done, because we're getting towards the end of the night, so I'm gonna hand wave a little bit of this. You do get tackled.
Okay. I'm as they're like wrestling for me, I drop the gun and I'm trying to find my badge.
Yep. Dahlia, while they're wrestling within,
I'm with Metro PD.
As the guy's standing there, you see the opening kind of heal up.
See, look, he's fine. Wait, he's fine?
So are you? The room quickly emptied out. Delia, what do you do while basically Burr's being wrestled to the floor? The guy's just standing there in shock. Healed up. Freddie also. Do you do anything?
Dahlia's going to scream about having seen Kronos and that we need nuclear ions to destroy them. And then try and take a chair to this guy that's wrestling Burr.
Oh, okay.
You guys are really bad at being undercover. Like, I love you so dearly, but you're really bad at being undercover.
Freddie, what do you do?
I'm not doing that because I'm better at being undercover. I'm looking at specifically how, because the room is clearing out, but I assume that there is some sort of response from the pit boss. Like, if there is a pit boss that is using like a radio or something to like talk, or like I'm trying to slide quickly over to whoever seems to be trying to mitigate the situation, to eavesdrop on whatever they're saying.
It's actually it's two guys have tackled Burr. Just so you,
I'll be fine. He had training. He's a police officer.
No, I'm not saying the. I just want to make sure that Dahlia knew it. That you're whacking one of them. You guys are okay. So you walk over to the pit boss.
Yeah, I'm not making my presence known. Like, I'm not being like, hey. I'm just like, shadow.
Yeah. His head turns rather rapidly to look at you.
I wink at him.
Are you with them?
Who's to say who I'm with? You know, I'm a man of opportunity.
Calm him down. You three can leave.
Are you sure it's just 3?
Yes.
How can you be so sure?
It doesn't matter. What you're here
just a little bit.
What you're here investigating is go away. We'll leave. Okay? We're leaving.
What were you here for?
Running good, clean games.
I don't think I have anything. I take off one of my fancy cufflinks and I go, there's more where this came from if you tell me the truth.
I am. That's the part. This town doesn't want good, clean games. You're also corrupt.
Thank you for noticing.
We'll be out of town by tonight. Whoever comes in after us, welcome to the place. It won't run as nice without us.
Or at least people will be able to make choices. That's the American way.
Can you get those two to stop fighting?
I can try.
I got an evacuation to coordinate.
I will cha-cha slide real smooth over to Dahlia and be like, hey, probably don't hit anyone else with a chair. They're promising they're going to evacuate tonight. Whoever they are.
Yeah, at that point, they the two guys wrestling with you, Burr, they jump backwards and disengage.
Alrighty. He's gonna roll up, grab his 1911, make sure all stuff. And he is going to be backing out real smooth.
You guys can leave. The pit boss comes up. You three can leave. You're banned from the casino.
Yep. Totally banned. Yeah, we got you. Don't want to come back. Never will come back.
Dahlia's still holding the leg of the chair.
Yep. He turns to the guy that he shot that's still standing there, dummy. I told you none of that stuff. You have blown the entire operation. What's going to happen to all these people is on your head. Go.
Mayhaps, what's going to happen to all these people?
Management's leaving.
Okay.
They get to deal with whatever's left.
I mean, you're just talking about, maybe loss of jobs or something, right? You're not going to take all their blood in bags or something, right?
Gosh, you
Dad? I thought they took blood in jars.
Look, we all saw Kronos. They're just here to take our resources.
Okay.
Not even worth it. Not even worth it, he said. They always assume we're going to do all sorts of these evil things. Just get them out of here. And he's walking off muttering about, first they say we're using anal probes, and then, now we're stealing resources and blood. And geez, you can't come to another planet anymore and do good.
I would like to point out that every game I have with Tesla ends with him diatribing, like 90% of the time. I would just like to point out for the audience.
That's great. Oh, I totally thought you guys were vampires. You're aliens. Makes so much sense. Okay.
I thought they were robots.
I thought they were space Mormons, so I guess I was closest.
You in the pool.
Yeah. You owe me a piece of pie at the candelabra.
I mean, there's some sweets over here in the Gamblers Anonymous action note. We're supposed to be heading out.
So right now, folks, would be a great time to type in the last, get your last couple entries in for RemPC.
Or the Space Mormons win.
So what happens? So what report do you put in?
Yo, Captain, I'm not certain if you'd believe me, but it was aliens. There were aliens in the crescent moon. And then I give them the rundown over how somehow they were there to steal our resources and making everybody younger, stronger, faster, able to take 45 ACP rounds in the chest. Just kind of and then look at you. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want some of that.
Do the two of you, and he looks at do you two have the same story?
Why wouldn't we?
The most that I could gather is I thought they were from Salt Lake City, like they were trying to bring some weird clean living stuff into Vegas. They did seem to have a plan of making everything all pretty. That's not Vegas.
You win the prize. Write the report.
Do what I can. I did get high marks in penmanship in school, so.
So, not, so follow up. Over the next couple of months, the Crescent kind of goes downhill. It until the actual building collapses. Strangely enough, one night. But miraculously, there was nobody in it when it collapsed.
Y'all just get like beamed up.
It's weird Vegas. You don't know. It's a gamble.
3-to-1 odds that they got beamed up to somewhere, or they're under the pyramid at the Luxor. Actually, the Luxor doesn't exist at this point, does it?
The Luxor does not exist at this point, no. It's mostly like Tropicana, Flamingo, Riviera. It's still very bare bones. I will say that anybody that asks me, including my mob contacts, I blame Salt Lake City mobs trying to infiltrate Vegas to make it seem like I assisted in letting them know that they are not welcome in our city.
Okay, we got a winner for the book. Knights OFG. Congratulations.
Hey, I know them.
You won the Shadowrun book. Thank you for watching. But yes, they were aliens. They were actually completely benign aliens.
Look, I've seen the miniseries both times. They're never all benign. There would have been some guy up in the high ranks like, I'm going to start absorbing people's heads.
Well, then you guys took care of it. You chased them out of town.
Because I'm the hero.
Welcome to America.
Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys had fun with it. What'd you think of the mechanics and such?
Yeah,
it was fun. It reminded me. It reminded me a lot of the Avatar game we just got done playing at the Streamathon.
Okay.
They also had like a step down system for plot points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Avatar or the Dragon Prince?
Oh, the Dragon Prince. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same base rule system.
I think my two notes would be I'd like to see how this plays out in a longer campaign to see how you increase what your character can do. One thing I'm missing that I get in other systems is it's more clear when a new scene starts, because I ended up with a D8 anxious in stress, and so like I was getting closer to the middle of the story was kind of getting more hyper focused on how I could fix that.
Yep.
And so just the scene to scene transition was so smooth that I was like, am I just now a ball of anxiety in a cool suit? What's happening?
Yeah, I should have done a couple official transitions when you left the security guy's apartment for the first time, and then another one before you guys started doing your walkthrough. I wasn't too worried about it because I honestly figured that you would, after you did the walkthrough, you'd settle into some kind of surveillance. I didn't expect you guys to blow everything up in the first,
Well, technically, I wasn't involved with that. Technically, I was still doing undercover work. I might have been in a broom closet doing it, but I was doing undercover work.
Yes, you were. Yes, it was. Yes, you were developing an asset.
It's true.
The yeah, that I probably that also has something to do with just how part of that falls into how quickly I wrote it. Because I kind of came up with it, the style and everything. I probably would have been put a few more specific blocks in.
What does the mechanic look like for either upgrading your character or like the cooldown after the game, and how that influences the future?
Yep. What it does is, as you build up stress, that the top mark you get for stress goes into a pool for basically a sessions pool, I believe, and that is then used. I'm trying to think. For Paranormal Albany, I do it just based on sessions. So basically, every 4 hours they get one session, and then sessions can be used to move stats around, increase skills, transfer distinctions to a new distinction, or add special effects. So effectively, the mechanic for it is based on, it can either be based on the stress your character went through, or it can be based on just straight number of sessions they've gone through.
Meanwhile, the Dragon Prince, which is also Cortex Prime based, has a growth pool mechanic that you advance your character through your basically personal development. That you have goals you're trying to achieve, and how you change and grow is how you advance your character.
So there's actually, I think there's actually like 3 or 4. Generally, for any one thing, the system has at minimum 2, generally 3 or 4 ways to go at it. For some stuff, powers make sense. For like the aliens had powers that you guys were facing.
Omega regeneration.
Yeah. Yes, that was one of them. The others, and I think, like I said, there's 3 different growth mechanics, which I think we just went through all of them.
So I do have a question also. Was that an actual Gamblers Anonymous meeting, or was it like all in his head and it was just like a mind wave the aliens were using against him? Like, were they was the air conditioning like spiked?
The premise behind the whole thing was that the aliens came here and they ran the casino. The building materials used channeled the sunlight and heat into sand, which stored the heat and allowed them to generate electricity from it on a continual basis. So at night they still had the heated up sand that then allowed them to generate basically geothermal power from it, so they could keep the whole place lit up with basically no electricity costs. So that was it. The rest of it was literally the aliens not being interested in a profit. They were getting all of their experimentation done by willing subjects who showed up for to be given medical care. So the other part with the Gamblers Anonymous, that was a sociology experiment on the part of the aliens. So yeah, it was a real Gamblers Anonymous meeting. They were trying to create a sustainable resource. So I just basically went from the aspect of, okay, let's see if I can get beneficial aliens and see how fast we chase them out.
I mean, generally speaking, especially in 1960s America, where it was still kind of if it's earlier 1960s before every prairie culture had kind of taken hold, it's still very 1950s based.
Yeah.
Earlier, so it's still very capitalism jingoistic, but that's also a mythology we have. So anyway, it was super cool. I enjoyed it. I liked the twist. I like when aliens are good and we screwed up by being ourselves, because that's really the message.
Right.
And very 1960s sci-fi.
Yeah, that was good. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Hope everybody had a good watching, had a good time. Next week, Chris will be back on here on Thursday night with Emerald Glitch. And actually, Chris will actually be here. I believe that is your debut of Steel Tiger next week.
Indeed. Looking forward to it.
Ooh. Are you in charge? Are you GMing?
No,
Oh,
Max
no.
is GMing that one.
Oh, lovely. I love Max. Max is great. Hi, Max.
So, I don't think we got anything going this Friday. So the next stream we've got is on twitch.tv/Master of Rem, where we on Sunday night for Like Clockwork, where you get to see
yes,
Panajon. And
tell your mom about it. Your mom will love it. We're having a good time. We're getting on the road. Everybody loves a good road trip story. Tell your mom about it. It's a great Mother's Day gift.
And on Monday night, we've got Paranormal Albany, the regular Cortex game that is happening. Happens every Monday at 9:00. Hope everybody has a good week. And I will find this. Does anybody have any announcements they would wish to make other than the streams I just did?
Every Friday morning, Rem Alternis has the Alternis Archives, where we do podcasting, where we highlight kind of newer or less known systems. And right now it's Deadlands. So if you like Weird Wild West, we're currently playing a podcast version of not the Cortex system, but I believe it is the Savage Worlds Weird Wild West. And the voice of the Marshal, which is their name for the GM, is Max, I believe. You'll also hear Master of Rem is a character in that. We also have a ton of different games coming up. We have some openings in the schedule for new games at Rem Alternis. So there's one I'm in talks to do, which may or may not be a Buffy game if you're looking for a seat at a table to play a Buffy character. And if you have ideas for games, or if you want to do one of our Learn to Play classes, where we'll either teach you D&D, or I think Shadowrun is an option now. We do have that about once a month. It's like 1 to 2 hour sessions where you build a character and then the next week you play that character. So if it's something you want to learn to do because your family is super cool and you want to be super cool with your family, come be a part of it. It's the community is, you get out of it what you put into it, and everyone is welcome, with respect and consent. Yeah.
All right. On that note, have a good night, everybody. Thanks for playing, you guys.
5, 4, 3